Presented by the all-new 2017 Ridgeline, our newest vehicle and their newest fan. Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Welcome back to New York. Second game of a three-game series between the Blue Jays and the New York Yankees. The Yankees winning a 1-0 game last night. They'll wrap up the series tomorrow afternoon, assuming they get this one in tonight. Some weather is potentially on the way, about 50-50 we're told. But even if it comes, and it may not last all that long, but it could be a factor midway through the game. Let's check out the starting lineup for the Blue Jays tonight. Travis, Donaldson, and Encarnacion, the top three. Saunders, Tulowitzki, and then Russell Martin, who homered both Saturday and Sunday, the last two games in which he has appeared. Siciliani, Upton, and Ezekiel Carrera is back off the DL. Missed a couple of weeks with the Achilles injury. He's back, and in the lineup tonight, Junior Lake has been designated for assignment.
Big Michael Pineda at 6'7" will make his 9th career start against the Toronto Blue Jays. His 24th start of the season. He's 6-10, and you look at all the numbers, you say, what's wrong with this guy? He's got great stuff. He has an absolute wipeout slider, and it 152 strikeouts, testimony to that fact. But there is some concentration issues. He'll get into a spot where all of a sudden he'll just lose it, make a bad pitch, somebody hit a home run, and he'll be out of the ball game. The Blue Jays have hit 8 home runs against Pineda in those 9 games, but only one batter in the lineup tonight has hit one of those home runs. That's Edwin Encarnacion, as the Blue Jays try to bounce back from a 1-0 loss in last night's game.
They had only 3 hits in that game. They had a great opportunity in the 9th inning, and Edwin Encarnacion hit the ball hard, but hit it right at third baseman Chase Headley, who started a 5-4-3 game-ending double play. Devin Travis up there hacking, swings and fouls it back to get the ball game underway tonight on this muggy night in New York. Travis will be followed by Josh Donaldson and then Edwin Encarnacion. Travis just shy of 300, 10 homers, 34 RBIs. He's 3 for 6 in his career against Pineda. Pineda's made 23 starts on the season, 6-10, an ERA just over 5. Big swing and a foul back again by Travis, 1-2, and now you'd think right-handed batter, 2-strike count. This is when Pineda sometimes really brings out that slider.
Yeah, he's got a great wipeout slider. He has racked up 87 strikeouts on that slider this season. But Devin Travis, he can cover that outside pitch, and you can see it's been a good August for him. There's the slider. Nice play.
Not the best pitch by Pineda right over the middle of the plate. Travis hits it pretty well, but Castro will make the play at second. Give us a chance to check out the D for the Yankees tonight. Left to right in the outfield, Aaron Hicks, Jacoby Ellsbury, and again the rookie Aaron Judge drove in the only run of the ball game last night. Headley, Gregorius, Castro, Mark Teixeira is at first base tonight for the Yankees, and the youngster Gary Sanchez doing the catching.
Chase Headley last night, as Dan mentioned, started that 5-4-3 game-ending double play. It's the first time the Yankees have ended a game with the tying run at third base in the 9th inning since 2004. Mariano Rivera getting Brooke Jacoby to bounce into the double play to end the game.
Here's Josh Donaldson.
Of course, I said Brooke Jacoby, Brooke Fordyce of the Orioles. A long time at the tying run was at third, and looked like the Blue Jays were going to pull one out.
Donaldson looking for his first ever base hit off Pineda. He is 0 for 13 in his career against the big right-hander, and that is the most at bats he has against any pitcher without ever having gotten a base hit.
Yeah, and it is really amazing how he's not been able to come up with one single hit against Pineda, but that slider has given him fits over his career.
Fastball, a little half swing past the mound, charged by Castro, high flip. Teixeira brings it down, 2 down.
Donaldson guarding against that slider gets jammed on a fastball, and he thought he had a shot at beating it out. He really busted it up the first base line. This ball is really inside. He fights it off, puts a lot of pressure on Castro, who makes a fine play. High throw. Did he come down in time? That's the question. The Blue Jays were going to take a look at it in replay. He's off the bag, but comes down just ahead of Donaldson as he retires Donaldson on that ground ball.
And for a moment, Donaldson hung out around first base. The Blue Jays did have a quick look at it, then decided not to review, seeing the foot come down in time. So 2 down in the inning, and that'll bring up Encarnacion, the major league leader in RBIs with 97 on the season and some good career numbers against Pineda. 8 for 25. That's a .320 average with a home run. But so far, and it's just 9 pitches in for Pineda, this has been the very good, the very sharp Michael Pineda in the early going against the Blue Jays tonight.
Pineda's been very good over his last 12 starts, holding opponents to a .221 average. The Blue Jays saw him make his second big league start while pitching for the Mariners in Seattle back in 2011. And he was impressive then. Then he's dealt with nothing but injuries. He had shoulder surgery after the 11th season, missed the entire 12th season because of that shoulder surgery, and it's been a battle for him to come all the way back.
The Blue Jays, with so many important right-handed bats, when they face a righty, throws hard, good slider, sometimes they appear to be a little bit susceptible to that kind of a pitcher if his command is good. And so far, Pineda's command has been good. And Encarnacion lines it to left field, but right there is Hicks, and that's the inning. The Blue Jays go in order. It'll be Marco Estrada to the mound for the Jays when we come back. Joe Girardi almost sounds a little bit more relaxed right now when you hear him in his pregame press conferences. There's been so much swirling around the team. It's almost as if the trades and then Alex Rodriguez being released. It hasn't been a great season, but now the young guys are in there and they're doing pretty well. The Yankees have won 5 of their last 6. Let's focus on a couple of players who have been around for a while for the Yankees. Mark Teixeira's got 3 hits against Marco Estrada, all of them home runs. And Starlin Castro, I guess an older player compared to some of the guys who have just shown up in the last couple of weeks. He's a young veteran, if you will. He's got very good career numbers against Estrada. A lot of that goes back to when Castro was a Cub and Estrada was a Brewer.
Marco Estrada beat the Yankees within a 5-day span in May. He beat him here first on the 25th of May and then beat him once again at Rogers Center later on. And Marco's had a terrific season. This will be his 21st start. 7-5 record, but the ERA impressive, and all of the other numbers are very impressive, as he has really baffled hitters all season long. They just haven't put too many good swings on his pitches.
Holding the opposition to a 186 batting average. That leads the American League. And it's even better than the mark he put up last year. Jacoby Ellsbury will lead it off for the Yankees. Their center fielder hitting .266 on the season. You ready for the quirky stat of the night?
Okay.
Jacoby Ellsbury has reached base on catcher's interference 10 times this season.
Yeah, that is a quirky stat and very difficult to do. But the reason he does it is he drops his back shoulder back and really kind of lays the bat flat, and it catches that catcher's glove a lot.
I mean, he can only stand so deep. His left foot, in theory, can't be beyond the back end of the batter's box. If you knew that stat and you're catching, are you 6 inches further back just to be safe?
Absolutely. And you can see Russell's a little bit deeper than normal behind Ellsbury. But you're right, and he just absolutely kind of just lays it back down flat, and when you reach, especially for an inside pitch, your catcher is vulnerable on inside pitches.
Full count now on Ellsbury.
Ellsbury looked down after that last pitch as if to say, what was that? It was a little deeper breaking cutter than we normally see from Estrada. Ellsbury has faced Marco a lot, 24 at bats, and he was surprised by that last pitch.
And there's the changeup, swing and a miss. You can see the frustration on the face of Ellsbury.
Well, everybody in baseball knows you're going to get a changeup 2 or 3 times during the course of at bat from Marco Estrada, but it doesn't make any difference. He sells it so well with his arm action and the fact that he spins it just like his fastball. He's got it gripped in his glove. Great arm action. It's fastball arm action. Ellsbury knew it was coming and still couldn't wait long enough to put the bat on the ball.
So Ellsbury strikes out to begin the bottom of the first, and here's third baseman Chase Headley. Got a couple of home runs in his career against Estrada, 20 at bats. Estrada 7-5, missed some time, was on the DL for a couple of weeks because of some back discomfort. Has given up only 87 hits in 128 in the third innings. And there's the cutter again, and he drops it into the knees for a strike. A lot of changeups. Will use the fastball, but also has the cutter and the curveball that he'll spot in from time to time. There's a changeup, and Estrada's not happy. That pitch was left up, and that's not where he wants it.
Now, he does a great job of being able to locate his changeup, and Russell will give him location from time to time when he calls for the change. There's a fastball in there.
He can seem to sense when they're looking for the changeup, then they take a fastball right down the middle.
Yeah, it's amazing how he's able to pitch so effectively with that fastball.
And then you can see an awkward swing as if Headley's late on an 88-mile-an-hour fastball because, again, the changeup's in his mind.
Well, so far, Marco Estrada doesn't need any defense behind him, but he will before this game is over. Let's take a look at the outfield defense, the way it sets up. Daryl Siciliani, Melvin Upton Jr., and Ezekiel Carrera from left to right. Donaldson, Tulowitzki, Travis, and Encarnacion, and Russell Martin has teamed up very effectively with Marco Estrada.
D.D. Gregorius rocks one to deep right field and into the second deck for a home run. Number 16 on the season for the Yankee shortstop, and the Yankees have an early 1-0 lead.
16th home run, second home run that he's hit off Marco Estrada in this ballpark this season. Back in May, he and Chase Headley went back-to-back in a Blue Jays win. And he's hitting like a number 3 hitter. This is the third time he's hit third in the order, and that looked like a cutter too. And that one stayed out over the plate. Gregorius was able to get to it and hammer it into the seats in right.
So the Yankees strike early on the home run by Gregorius. Moved up into the 3 spot in the Yankee lineup after the trades that they have made recently. Beltran gone, A-Rod gone. Mark Teixeira, the batter, he'll be gone at the end of the season. Has announced that he will retire at the end of the season. A chronically bad knee, among other physical ailments, and at the age of 35, Teixeira is going to be forced to hang him up at the end of the year. Better than 400 career home runs, but you can see what a struggle it has been for Teixeira this season. 199, 10 homers. Bounces one to first, and Encarnacion feeds Estrada, and the inning is over. But the Yankees get one early off Estrada. A long, no doubt about it, home run to right for D.D. Gregorius.
Saunders leading off for the Blue Jays here in the top of the second. He is one of many Blue Jays who have struggled offensively of late. In fact, as a team, the Blue Jays hitting just .220 here in the month of August. That is the second lowest batting average in the American League. I had a chance to speak with Brooke Jacoby today, and he says, for one thing, he's not so concerned about strike three that he's seeing from guys. It's strike one. He said guys are missing their fastballs, and by the time there's 2 strikes, they're waving at pitches. They're stringing out of the strike zone at pitches. He says for veteran guys like Michael Saunders, like Melvin Upton Jr., he really doesn't want to tinker too much with what they do, because at that point, then they start messing around with things that they've done and had success with for so many years. The best thing he feels with those guys is just let them work things out themselves. He says in the case of Upton, he feels that he's new to this team. He's really pressing. He compared him to Ben Revere, and we saw him really struggle when he became a Blue Jay last year. Brooke kind of let him go. He ended up turning out to be a pretty decent hitter down the stretch, guys.
Barry, thank you. And the Blue Jays also striking out better than 10 times per game in the month of August, and they exceeded that last night when Chad Green of the bullpen really shut down the Blue Jays. John Gibbons was asked about it before the game, Buck, and he said he doesn't see any issues in the approach of the Blue Jays. And Gibbons will often say something like this: it's just baseball. You have your hot streaks, you have your cold streaks, and he believes over time, if you're good enough, you'll win, and if you're not, you won't.
Yeah.
And he fully expects the team, you know, you look at the resumes they have, he fully expects them to pull out of this at any time.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing you can take with this ball club is you got veterans who have played 8-9 years, and like Tulowitzki and Martin, those guys are going to be there. And John Gibbons knows, yeah, there are ups and downs, and you happen to run into a hot pitching staff the same time your hitters are struggling. It's going to look ugly. We saw that firsthand down in Houston, of course, in the 4-game series when they struck out 58 times. But there are a lot of swings and misses in this lineup right now, and the averages since the All-Star break, 224. That's the worst in the American League compared to the Indians. And of course, the Blue Jays will play the Indians on Friday in Cleveland. Barry mentioned the batting average in August, just 220. Well, only the Angels have hit lower in the month of August than the Blue Jays.
Angels coming to town next week for a 3-game series. Down and in a full count on Saunders. He's hitting just 151 since the All-Star break, and he was an All-Star this year. 266, 20 home runs on the season. Troy Tulowitzki, who is one of the Blue Jays swinging the bat well right now, waits on deck. Shrug of the shoulders from Pineda. And here comes the 3-2, and a well-located fastball chop weakly to second. Barehanded play by Castro. Nicely done.
Castro's made 2 good plays already on those little soft rollers towards second. He threw out Donaldson with the second out in the first, and here he gets Michael Saunders. He actually had to barehand this ball. But he's confident in his first baseman, of course. He's got Mark Teixeira over there, and watch how he barehands and throws and then falls to the ground. Teixeira picks it right off the top of the dirt. But this is a former shortstop who's got good range, great hands, and terrific instincts. And the 5-time Gold Glover at first picks it just before it hits the dirt over at first.
The Blue Jays enter play tonight in a virtual tie with the Baltimore Orioles for top spot in the American League East as Troy Tulowitzki goes around. The Orioles are a percentage point ahead by virtue of the fact they play 2 fewer games, but they are basically in a dead heat. The Red Sox are just 1 game back, and Boston and Baltimore are playing each other tonight. They open up a series at Camden Yards as Tulowitzki skips one off the glove of Headley into left field. That'll go as a base hit as he stays hot. So Boston's in Baltimore tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez for the Red Sox, Giovanni Gallardo for the Orioles. We'll keep you apprised on that one, both here and with the updates back in the studio. And the Yankees, as much as they've traded away so many recognizable players, they're 5.5 out in the East, and they are also 5.5 out of the wild card because they're 4.5 out of the wild card. Boston is the second wild card right now. So it's not a total lost cause for the Yankees right now. The teams the Blue Jays have to be concerned about, in addition to the Orioles and the Red Sox, are the Mariners and the Tigers. Seattle is 3 games back of Toronto, and so the Jays in effect are in the playoffs by 3 games because Seattle is the first team on the outside looking in right. But there's a long way to go.
Long way to go, and the Yankees have a tough schedule. They have 45 games remaining, including this game. And they played 31 games against teams over 500. And that's a challenging schedule for them the rest of the way. There are no easy schedules now because so many of these teams in the East are going to be playing each other. Blue Jays and the Yankees will play a lot. They have 9 more games against one another as the Blue Jays have a 7-3 lead in the season series.
Yeah, the Blue Jays' last 3 series this year are against the Yankees, the Orioles, and the Red Sox. They finish up at Fenway Park September 30th through October 2nd.
Think that'll be any fun?
And even go back Baltimore Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday that week. What if Baltimore, Boston, and Toronto all come into the last week in a dead heat or as close to it as can be, and they're all playing each other down the stretch?
Yeah, I think that's a very good possibility the way they're all stacked up right now. John Gibbons was talking before the game. If Boston beats Baltimore and the Blue Jays beat the Yankees, they'll all be tied.
And all 3 of them could make the playoffs, theoretically, but the Seattles and Detroits and some of the others might have something to say about that if the 3 teams in the East beat each other up over the last 6 weeks with all the games they have against one another. That could help some of the other teams. 2-2 the count on Russell Martin. And a little bit high from Pineda. The count is full. Let's see if the Blue Jays are in the mood to start a runner early here. Siciliani waiting on deck. Full count, 1 out. Will Tulowitzki be on the move from first?
It's really hard to start runners right now if you're John Gibbons because of the strikeouts. They've been striking out so frequently. You're afraid to run into a strike them out, throw them out, double play.
Pineda 6th in the league in strikeouts himself. Runner not going, and it's bounced foul.
Well, especially with Siciliani, a left-handed hitter, up next, and that very inviting short porch in right. So you let Martin hit and roll the dice. You just hope you don't hit into a double play, but I think it's tough to start the runner.
One nothing Yankees on the home run by Didi Gregorius off Marco Estrada. The Blue Jays with a man on and 1 out here in the top of the 2nd. Pineda's a guy who this year has had trouble in the 1st and 2nd innings. His 1st inning ERA is over 7. His 2nd inning ERA is over 6. After that, it's down around 4. So it's not necessarily a case of get him early or you won't get him at all, but he has struggled in the early going, and the stuff is so good. If he can lock in the command and the focus, he could have a big night.
Yeah, 45 pitches that's the key number for Pineda. Hitters are hitting over 300 in pitches before he gets to 45. Once it gets past 45, he kind of gets locked in and gets into the rhythm of the game. But if you can get him early, you got a chance to knock him out of the ball game.
The Yankees have done some research on Pineda, and it doesn't apply at this moment because there's 1 out. But 63% of the runs that Pineda's allowed this year have come with 2 outs. And from the research the Yankees have done, and apparently you can track this thing back to the 40s, that would be a record, not for a Yankee pitcher, for anybody to give up 63% of your runs with 2 outs. And that's why they cite sometimes a concentration, a focus issue. Swing and a miss. Boy, what a good slider there to get Martin.
That's the first strikeout for Pineda. We mentioned coming into this game he recorded 87 strikeouts when he throws that slider. It starts well in the zone, and then you can see it breaks all the way out of the zone, and Russell with 2 strikes has to try to protect that plate. When he started the swing, it was just about in the middle of the plate, and by the time it got into that hitting zone, it had disappeared.
So now with 2 down, here's Daryl Siciliani getting another start in left field. We mentioned Ezekiel Carrera is back. He's in the lineup at right. Junior Lake has been designated for assignment for the 2nd time this year by the Blue Jays. Siciliani had a double last night, one of just 3 hits the Blue Jays had. John Gibbons the last couple of days when asked about him keeps referring to what a good all-round player he thinks he is, how he can help the team in a variety of different ways. Had a great spring. Lost the bat as he fouls the ball off on the first base side.
Well, we have seen that a lot over the last few days. It's hot, humid, muggy. Siciliani is one of the few players in the major leagues that chooses not to wear batting gloves. But it is muggy. It's rained here late this afternoon, and you try to get pine tar, you try to get rosin and get a good grip on that bat. But when you're fooled and you're out in front a bit, you lose the grip on that bat, and we have seen that frequently here in the last couple of days.
So 0-2 the count with 2 down and Tulowitzki at first base. Fastball consistently around 95, 96 for Pineda right now. Came up in the Seattle organization. Had a very good rookie season back in 2011. Finished 5th in American League Rookie of the Year balloting, and eventually was traded to the Yankees for Jesus Montero, who is currently in the Blue Jays system at AAA Buffalo, and a deal where both have really underachieved. Although Pineda's had more of a career, much more of a career at the big league level than Montero has had.
Yeah, Montero was basically the Gary Sanchez of that era, and he was a big, promising catcher with a lot of power, and now he's not catching. He is back in Buffalo in AAA with the Blue Jays right now, having a good season with the bat, hitting over 300. Hector Noesi also went from New York to Seattle in that trade for Pineda.
1-2. Hit hard and deep, but foul down the right field line. Home run distance, but well fouled.
Now, that's why John Gibbons didn't start Tulowitzki on the Russell Martin at bat with 2 strikes, because Siciliani is a left-handed hitter, and it doesn't take much of a blast to hit it out into the seats in right. Just out in front of that last pitch a bit. He has 1 major league home run. He hit it last year while playing for the Mets. He hit that up against Mike Foltynewicz of the Braves.
Up high with a fastball, evens up the count at 2-2. "36 pitches through an inning and 2/3 so far for Pineda. And again, as Buck mentioned, it is muggy here tonight. That may take its toll. You want to get off the field as quickly as you can. Down the left field line and back out of play, another foul ball.
Dan, you mentioned Pineda started his career in 2011 with Seattle, but he missed the 12 season, didn't pitch in the majors in 13, and even though he's 27 years old, this is just his 91st start. He's been dealing with injuries for a long time, and the Yankees were so patient with him. They knew that he had some physical problems. They were just going to have to allow him to get healthy, and they're still hopeful that he will be able to realize his great potential.
Boy, they got some bad news today. Nathan Eovaldi has a torn flexor tendon and a partially torn ulnar collateral ligament. He will undergo major elbow surgery and is expected to miss all of the 2017 season. Another guy with a big arm who never has quite reached his potential. And there is strike 3 called on a ball that clearly looked outside. Siciliani unhappy as he makes his way back to the dugout. The strikeout ends the inning.
Jays members, it's that time of the night where we give you a code and you earn points simply for watching the broadcast. Tonight, your code is MBJ8169. The entry box can be found on your My Blue Jays homepage. The code must be entered by 11:59 tonight, but we will have another one for you tomorrow. Guys, it is getting very dark up in the sky here at Yankee Stadium. They're saying the rain's supposed to hit around 8 o'clock Eastern time, and it's not a matter of how hard or when, but it's going to happen at some point.
All right, Barry, thank you. Well, if it's coming, hopefully it doesn't last long. Last time we looked, it looked like kind of a narrow band of bad weather. Green is not good on a weather map, right?
Yeah, no. Green, red, yellow, none of those are good.
They're all coming, but it may not last that long. But there could be a delay coming in the next half hour or so here in the Bronx. 1-0 Yankees lead at bottom of the second. And Starlin Castro leads it off. The Yankees second baseman swings and misses at that changeup, and the count is 1-1. Estrada struck out the first two batters, Ellsbury and Headley, and then Gregorius hit the first pitch to him into the second deck in right field for a home run. Fastball low.
I think the Yankees did a heck of a job when they picked up Starlin Castro. He's just 26 years old. He made it to the big leagues for the first time as a 20-year-old with the Cubs in 2010. He led the league in hits in 2011. He's a three-time All-Star, and he was playing shortstop while doing all of that.
Lines it to third. Donaldson there, one down.
Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Proud partners of the Toronto Blue Jays. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Glad you're with us tonight from Yankee Stadium. Bottom of the second inning. Dan Shulman and Buck Martinez. Brian McCann DHing tonight for the Yankees. Gary Sanchez getting another start behind the plate, and Joe Girardi was asked before the game, is McCann now the backup catcher and more of a DH? And Joe Girardi said, well, not necessarily. But then he went on to say, but you know, Sanchez is younger and he's probably not quite as beat up, a little better rested right now than McCann is, and he's doing a good job. And all the signs point to, as long as Sanchez plays well, Sanchez will start behind the plate a lot. McCann will get some starts. Austin Romine will get some starts. But with Alex Rodriguez gone, Carlos Beltran gone, a lot of the guys who would have been getting at bats in the DH spot are not here anymore. And Brian McCann does figure to get a fair bit of time DHing the rest of the season. He skies one back of second, and Tulowitzki is there. Tough time of night. You wondered if they would be able to find that ball.
Melvin Upton Jr. in center field had no idea where it was. He was standing all by himself in center with his arms outstretched as if to say, I have no clue where that ball is. Fortunately, Tulowitzki saw it on the infield, Evan Travis, and you could see Upton now talking to Travis, hey, I need some help out here right now because it is a tough sky. Anything in the air, the infielders are going to help out the outfielders.
That time of night. Two down and the base is empty, and here's Sanchez. The catcher hitting .302, 13 hits and 43 at bats this year as Estrada misses low with a curveball. Sanchez behind the plate. Aaron Judge out in right field. Potentially two big parts of the Yankees' future. And a good changeup swung on and missed. Judge in 3 games in the big leagues, homered in the first, homered in the second, and then doubled in the only run of the ball game last night. He's the only Yankee ever with an extra base hit in his first 3 games in the big leagues. Popped up back of the plate, but this one will find the seats.
Sanchez played his first season of professional ball in 2010. And he's been with them a long time, and I don't think there's a better atmosphere in baseball that a catcher could come to the big leagues and work with a manager that was a former catcher, Joe Girardi, and a first base coach and catching instructor like Tony Pena. I mean, this is a pretty rich catcher environment here in New York.
Fastball misses just low. So Martin a little bit unhappy they didn't get the call on that. Estrada ready to go to work as soon as the ball is returned to him. He's been working very quickly tonight. Down and away, full count.
Tried to make it a little better pitch and pulled it off the plate outside. Early in the season, there was some concern whether or not Estrada would be as effective without throwing to Diana Navarro. They were a terrific battery last year. That hasn't been a concern whatsoever.
Change up, hit well. Deep left center field. Gone. Second home run surrendered tonight by Estrada.
Well, we mentioned Sanchez in a rich environment with catching knowledge all around, and he can swing the bat. His third big league home run hits it into the Blue Jays bullpen in left center. It's a changeup. You can see that grip, and he stays on it. Gets out in front just a bit, but he's so strong. You can see how he loses the grip on that top hand, and he still gets enough of it to drive it into the bullpen in left center.
That's a long way. Left center here is about as deep as left center in any ballpark in the big leagues. Second home run in as many innings for the Yankees. And they've got a 2-0 lead here on the Blue Jays. Here's Aaron Judge. High in the air to center field. Upton's lost it again. Now he recovers and finds it at the last moment to make the catch. An adventure of an inning for Melvin Upton Jr. And another home run surrendered this inning by Marco Estrada. Gary Sanchez makes it 2-0 Yankees.
You are a top-tier member of a travel rewards program. WestJet has a great new program on now. They will match your status and treat you like gold. Learn more at westjet.com/getgold. We head to the top of the third inning. Let's get you back to Buck and Pat.
Or Buck and Dan.
Or Buck and Dan.
Your choice.
Yep. You can change your name to Pat now, won't you, Dan?
2-0. The Yankees lead the Blue Jays as we go to the top of the third. He's Buck. I'm Dan. Here's Melvin Upton Jr. Michael Pineda looking very sharp so far, and now with that swing and a miss has started every Blue Jays hitter, all 8 that he's faced, with a first pitch strike. Upton probably just glad to get out of center field after losing 2 balls in the sky. One didn't make it out to him, one did, and he found it just in time to recover and make the catch.
That's a helpless feeling. You know it's hit in your direction. You have no idea where it is, but you continue to look up where you think it might come down, and Melvin was able to locate it right at the end to make that catch.
He'll be followed by Ezekiel Carrera, who's back off the DL, and then leadoff hitter Devin Travis. Ground ball wide of third. Headley spins and fires to get him one down. So Michael Pineda's faced 8 batters, has retired 7. The only one with a base hit is Troy Tulowitzki. And here's Ezekiel Carrera back off the DL. As we mentioned, Junior Lake designated for assignment, and Carrera at times this year, Buck, has given the Blue Jays a real spark.
Yeah, he sure has. He has not played with the Blue Jays since July 31st. He appeared in that game as a pinch hitter. His last start came on the 27th of July. But early in the season, he was a spark. He ignited the offense. He did not hit much in AAA Buffalo. 1 for 14. He had a triple. But certainly they need his bat back in the lineup. He's a big leaguer, and hopefully he'll recapture that stroke he had early in the season.
All going well. The Blue Jays would get Kevin Pillar back in about a week, and Jose Bautista shortly after that. They've been playing shorthanded in the outfield for the last several days.
The Blue Jays just haven't been able to string anything together at all here in New York. Chad Green, the starter, retired 13 in a row last night to begin the game, and later on the bullpen strung together a stretch of 11 straight retired. And the Blue Jays only had 4 base runners in the entire ball game.
Ground ball weakly hit towards short. Charge by Gregorius. Wide throw, but a great job by Teixeira coming off the bag and applying the tag. And maybe a little bit shaken up, that left-hander wrist, as he is flexing it and has taken his glove off.
Well, that's the most dangerous play a first baseman is involved with, when he has to reach into the base path to take an errant throw. He knows the base runner is coming up the line. He's got to leave the bag and come off the bag, and he exposes himself to that base runner. You can see how he tagged Carrera, caught the ball just about the same time. And then he gets his wrist turned in an awkward position. Carrera trying to beat the throw, and it was offline, but Teixeira makes another good defensive play at first. Remember, a few years ago, Cliff Floyd was playing first base, and Todd Hundley ran up the first base line. He reached in there, and Floyd broke both bones in his arm. It's a dangerous play.
A good play made by Teixeira, who waved off his manager, and the Yankees trainer says he's okay. 2 down in the inning, and here's Devin Travis. Travis grounded out to begin the ball game. Now he drives the ball to right center field. Ellsbury racing back, makes the catch on the track. Great range by Ellsbury deep into right center. And the Blue Jays are gone in order here in the 3rd, going bottom 3 in the Bronx, 2-0 New York. As well as anybody in the American League is prevent base hits. Not only does he have the best opponent's batting average in the league, it's not even close. 186. Clayton Kershaw's at 185. but nobody in the American League is even close to Estrada. This is in line, actually even a little bit better than he did last year when he had such a terrific season for the Blue Jays. Tonight he's given up 2 hits in 2 innings. The problem for Estrada is they have both been home runs. Gregorius and Sanchez, 2-0 Yankees.
Marco is a fly ball pitcher, and if he doesn't locate it every once in a while, he'll give up some home runs.
First pitch swinging, and Aaron Hicks lifts a lazy fly ball into left field for Siciliani. And as we mentioned, we have been told weather's coming. It is really muggy, and there's some lightning in the area. That's not directly over the stadium, but as you can see, it's not all that far away either. And at some point, it wouldn't be a shock if in a hurry the players got off the field, the tarp got on the field.
Yeah, it happened during batting practice. The Yankees were actually hitting on the field, and then the skies opened up. They had to cancel batting practice at that point. Blue Jays never took batting practice on the field this afternoon.
Here's Ellsbury. Fastball at the knees for a strike.
You know, you talk about Estrada and how he's able to neutralize these great hitters. He does it with a combination of pitches, and with all the Tommy John surgeries, I think this is a real study that a lot of people should pay attention to. He pitches, and he said he learned a lot watching Mark Burley last season, and Burley always told him, commit to a pitch, make a pitch, and get ready for the next pitch. And he's worked very quickly a la Mark Burley.
Curveball grounded out to Travis for out number 2.
But so many pitchers we see nowadays are throwing max effort on every pitch. We saw Lance McCullers down in Houston throw a pitch and feel something in his arm, and he's on the disabled list. You mentioned Eovaldi and his Tommy John surgery coming up. Seth Maness of the Cardinals is going to have the same surgery, and it's just rampant. And I think it has a lot to do with the radar gun and everybody trying to throw as hard as they can on every pitch. Mark Burley never went on the disabled list. He pitched 200 innings, 14 consecutive seasons, throwing 84 miles an hour.
Remarkable when you think about it. Chase Headley, the batter. When you had some great pitchers that you caught in Kansas City. Did you know how hard they threw? Was that a thing?
No, it wasn't a big deal. You never really said, wow, he's throwing 100. The only guy that you knew was throwing real hard in that era, Nolan Ryan, and a young Frank Tanana when he came up with the Angels. I mean, there were guys that threw hard, but it's not anywhere nearly as consistent as we see it in this day and age.
1-2. Another play. This one for Tulowitzki. He will make it, and the inning is over. A very quick 1-2-3 inning for Estrada in the bottom of the 3rd. 2-0 Yankees going to the 4th, and 2-3-4 coming up for the Blue Jays. Donaldson, Encarnacion, and Saunders.
TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to @Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Dan and Buck, back to you.
Well done, Barry. Top of the 4th. 2-0, the Yankees lead. First pitch swinging, Josh Donaldson. And another good play by Teixeira. Donaldson grounds out as Headley kind of threw up a little lollipop over there to first base, but a good play by Teixeira. Let's go back to Jamie in the studio for an update. All right, Jamie, thank you. The Tigers are playing Kansas City tonight. The Royals are leading 1-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. If you're wondering about Seattle, the team that's not that far behind the Blue Jays, they are in Anaheim later tonight. Edwin Encarnacion takes a breaking ball in for a strike.
Well, the big concern for the Tigers is the fact that Miguel Cabrera is not in the lineup tonight. He left last night after injuring his arm. Play at first base where he stretched for a bad throw and then took a swing later on in the game. Felt something in his left shoulder. He's not in the lineup tonight for the Tigers. It's that time of the year, Dan, when guys are nicked up, and Blue Jays, of course, know it firsthand with Bautista and Pilar out.
Another slider, swing and a miss by Encarnacion, 2-2. Pineda has been extremely sharp. He's retired 10 of the first 11. This is high, full count. Michael Saunders waiting on deck. 3-2 on the way. And there's a base hit into right field. Encarnacion poking one off the end of the bat the other way.
We've been there from the start. Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays, proud fan since 1977.
Career hit number 1,400 for Edwin Encarnacion, who recently picked up career home run number 300. More lightning up above the ballpark here now, moments ago. The rain has not started to fall yet, but it may not be that far away. Here's Saunders.
That base hit for Encarnacion, just his 14th hit to right field this season. Because 119 hits, just 14 of them going to right, but it was kind of a defensive swing with 2 outs. He took the fastball and laced it into right field.
Shift on against Saunders, who pops it back foul. Quick turnaround. The Blue Jays and Yankees will play again tomorrow afternoon. Jay Happ will go in search of his 17th win of the season. And fellow lefty CC Sabathia, 7-9 with a 4.20 ERA, will be on the mound for the Yankees. First pitch just after 1 o'clock Eastern time. Off day for the Blue Jays Thursday. They start a series in Cleveland on Friday night. Saunders with a fly ball to center field. Ellsbury there, 2 down.
Well, Michael Pineda, we mentioned how it's been a roller coaster season for him in his first 10 starts. ERA nearing 7. And he was giving up a lot of base runners, giving up a lot of hits, a 3.22 average. But the last 13 starts, things have really calmed down. And with that, he's been able to help his team win 9 of those last 13 starts are W's when Pineda has started for the Yankees. So things starting to come around for Michael Pineda in the second half of the season.
Yeah, he had some ugly ones early. Gave up 7 earned runs to Tampa Bay, 6 on a number of occasions. But he can also go out there and throw a gem. Doesn't necessarily get that deep into the ball game. The pitch count can climb sometimes. And again, if you were a Yankee starting pitcher before the trades of Miller and Chapman, unless you were absolutely lights out, you might only go 6. Then it would be Betances, Miller, Chapman for the last 3, and you can't blame Joe Girardi for playing it that way.
No, not at all. But now it's a different story, and Joe would like to get 7 innings from his starters, and then he makes it a little bit easier for that bullpen.
Tulowitzki with a base hit his first time up off the glove of a diving Chase Headley at third into left field. Tulowitzki now 5 for his last 8 going back over 3 games, including tonight. And in spite of missing some time and in spite of starting slowly, and you don't know if he can keep up the pace he's had over the last 44 games or so. He's been terrific since he's come off the DL, but by the end of the season he could have some really good numbers.
Yeah, and with that hit in his first at bat, he's now hit in 13 straight road games. So every aspect of his game is becoming more consistent.
He's over 250 now, 251, 20 home runs, 61 RBIs. And he'll add to his batting average with another base hit. Kind of volleys one into center field, and Encarnacion up to second.
Well, you mentioned John Gibbons had a lot of confidence in his veteran hitters, and this is a perfect example right here. Troy Tulowitzki, a .290 career hitter, got off to a bad start, and boy, he stays on this breaking ball. And you're right, he just kind of served it into center field, but he had an idea it was going to be a slider. Didn't try to do too much with it, but Tulowitzki's already 2 for 2 tonight.
And the weather's changing. Flags are gusting more now than they were at the beginning of the night, and it's getting warmer and muggier. Kind of feels like an outdoor sauna right now at Yankee Stadium, and we've seen some lightning already, and if we're going to get it, we might get it soon. Here's Russell Martin. Chopper over the mound. Castro has it, and that's the inning. The Blue Jays get a couple of base hits, but they leave them on. And with the threat of weather looming, we go to the bottom of the 4th, 2-0 Yankees.
Blue Jays, the Sportsnet app lets you stay up to date with the latest scores, breaking news, game highlights, and analysis of Canada's team. Plus, never miss a single pitch with our in-depth live game tracker, available on iOS and Android devices. Guys, I was just speaking with a police officer beside me. He says there's a bridge across the street from Yankee Stadium where it is currently raining. So I would imagine it's just a matter of minutes now before we start feeling it here.
You got to believe the grounds crew is poised and at the ready to get the tarp onto the field. And it may not just be a kind of a light, lengthy drizzle. This feels like it might be a short but maybe severe storm. The way the wind is blowing and as humid and hot as it is. Didi Gregorius. Did he get enough? Not quite. Homered on the first pitch he saw from Estrada in the first, and hits one to the fence on the first pitch he sees here in the 4th. Is hot. He's got 5 home runs already in the month of August, and a guy who's just getting better and better during his tenure with the Yankees.
He had some big shoes to fill, obviously, coming over after Derek Jeter had retired, and after a couple of rough months things settled down for him, and now he's become a very good player, great defender with a little pop in his bat.
Mark Teixeira grounded out his first time up. Teixeira will retire with more home runs than all but 4 other switch hitters in Major League history. Mickey Mantle, Eddie Murray, Chipper Jones, and Carlos Beltran are the only switch hitters to have more career home runs than Mark Teixeira's 404. Beltran, of course, still adding to his totals.
Yeah, he's had a great run here with the Yankees. Probably didn't last as long as he would have hoped with the big production, but he had 39 home runs and drove in 122. His first year with the Yankees after signing that 8-year free agent contract. Then he led the league in runs scored in 2010.
High in the air to center field. Upton with room. And the sky has darkened enough for him to be able to see the ball, unlike a couple of innings ago. So he'll make the catch. 2 down, and that's now 6 in a row set down by Estrada.
Yeah, Marco does a great job of making in-game adjustments. He can evaluate the reason the ball's running off the plate and make those adjustments in the course of a game, and he does this quite frequently. Where his location was off just a tad early in the game, but now he's zeroed in once again.
Castro lined out to third his first time up. Estrada came up with Washington and then spent a few years with Milwaukee, and didn't have quite the results that he's had here with the Blue Jays the last couple of years. In and out of the rotation, some decent numbers. There's a base hit the other way. Castro with a 2-out single. And Estrada with his best year last year by a wide margin. Some outstanding performances in the postseason.
See, Russell Martin wanted that high fastball inside, but Estrada missed out over the plate, and that allowed Castro just to slap it into right field. If he gets that ball inside, he's got to make an adjustment with his hands to get the barrel to the ball. That wasn't the case when Marco missed away.
Here's Brian McCann. And a bell tie strike 0-1 to McCann, who popped up his first time up. Shift on, as it always is when McCann comes to the plate. And sometimes you'll see Donaldson kind of hang out a little bit closer to third in case they're worried about a batter dropping down a bunt against the shift. Donaldson's not worried about that. That is not something the Blue Jays are guarding against, so he's playing over where a shortstop normally would be. There's a base hit right through the shift for McCann. Up to second goes Castro. Drive of the game is brought to you by Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays, proud fan since 1977.
Gary Sanchez hits his 3rd home run of the season, and it was a changeup that he stays on and drives it into the Blue Jays bullpen. His 3rd home run of the season. Hit his first home run at Fenway. He homered here over the weekend against Tampa Bay's Jake Odorizzi, and here he takes Marco Estrada deep to give the Yankees a 2-0 lead.
A couple of solo home runs for the Yankees. Now they've got a couple of base hits here with 2 down in the 4th inning. Sanchez up to 318 after the home run. Curveball for a strike. Not what Sanchez was looking for on the first pitch.
Yeah, that's a good call by Russell Martin. Get me over curveball to get the at bat off in Estrada's favor. That cutter missed away. Catchers can have a sense just by watching what a hitter is doing at the plate as to whether or not they're looking fastball, feeling like, okay, he's trying to be quick, he's looking for that fastball, and Russell will counteract whatever he senses at the plate.
And Estrada, not a guy who needs to throw a fastball in a fastball count, breaking ball count. There's no pattern really with him.
No, there is no pattern, and that's what makes him so difficult to hit. He can come right back and throw another fastball after missing with that fastball inside.
ton to left field. Sanchez with his second home run of the night off Estrada. The Yankees have broken it open.
Looked like another changeup from Estrada, and Sanchez hammered this one deep into the second deck. Russell's going to set up inside trying to decoy Sanchez, but that ball stayed on the inner part of the plate, and Estrada knows there's no chance of this one coming back. But that was a changeup. He threw the previous pitch, a fastball off the plate inside. It might have been a better pitch to come back with another fastball, because you're always thinking about Estrada getting to that changeup no matter where the count is.
This is the first time this season Estrada's given up 3 home runs in a game, and it's the first time this season he's given up 5 runs in a game. He had given up 4 earned runs in a game twice earlier this year. That's it. Everything else 3 or under. Gave up 4 to the Red Sox in April, gave up 4 to the Rangers in May. He's given up 5 here tonight. Judge with a ground ball to short, and that's the inning, but it's a big inning. Sanchez with his second home run of the ball game. 5-0 Yankees. Time now for a Blue Jays Central update. Here are Jamie Campbell and Kevin Barker at the Samsung Broadcast Studio.
Sportsnet. Presented by Honda. A lot has changed in 40 years, but one thing hasn't. Honda. Proud fan since 1977. Official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Here comes the rain. For now, they play on. Yankees up 5-0, top of the 5th. Lightning every now and again up above the ballpark. Michael Pineda facing Daryl Siciliani to begin the inning. As you can see, some fans heading up the aisles, trying to get under cover of the deck above them. Some fans just opening up umbrellas right where they're sitting. Bouncer to first. Easy play for Teixeira. Well, the Blue Jays are making Michael Pineda look really good right now, but maybe that's not fair to Pineda. Maybe Michael Pineda's making Pineda look really good.
Yeah, you know, it's a combination of things. Of course, the Blue Jays haven't hit much at all. Then they had a bunch of strikeouts in last night's game, 13 strikeouts. And Chad Green made it look easy last night as well. Pineda's doing the same tonight, but he's made some good pitches.
Boy, for the Blue Jays fans who have come to New York for this series, they have sat through basically a game and a half and haven't seen their team score a run yet. Upton with a bouncer up the middle, diving stop Gregorius, but the throw not in time and pulls Teixeira off the bag. That'll be an infield hit for Upton.
Home hardware and building center locations. Proud partners of the Toronto Blue Jays. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Blue Jays fans and Yankee fans alike trying to stay dry any way they can right now here in the Bronx as the rain has started falling in the last couple of minutes. And there's a little humpback one-hopper out to second, onto the back to first. Double play. Ezekiel Carrera grounds into the inning-ending double play through 4.5 with the Yankees up 5-0.
Have changed, but one thing hasn't. Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays, proud fan since 1977.
And here comes the tarp. The Blue Jays actually took the field, and then about 5 seconds ago, the rain got heavy all of a sudden. The Blue Jays are coming off the field, and the tarp is coming on the field. So we will go into a rain delay as Marco Estrada and company make their way back into the dugout. It's an official game right now. The Yankees are leading, and the game is through 4.5. So the bottom of the fifth does not have to be played to make it an official game. 5-0 New York. It might be severe, but from what we saw the last time we looked, it doesn't look like it's going to last all that long. Famous last words, but I don't know about you, Buck. I think there's more baseball coming.
Yeah, I think so. It doesn't appear as though this is a real lengthy storm. It might be severe, but it appears as though it's kind of a thin band of storm, and hopefully it'll blow through here.
So we will keep you posted on how long this will be, hoping it's an hour, maybe even less than that. For now, let's go back to the studio and rejoin Jamie and Kevin.
Reds are down.
Feldman, 33 years of age, born in Hawaii, broke in with the Texas Rangers back in 2005, has also pitched with the Orioles, Cubs, and most recently, of course, the Astros before coming to Toronto. 69 and 77 in total in his career, and he's been a starter some years, a reliever some years, and back and forth some years. This is one of the back and forth years, although he's pitched much more out of the bullpen than he has in the rotation this year. They are still just putting the finishing touches on getting the field ready. The grounds crew trying to squeegee some of the water off the track on the third base side. They've still got to close things up out there in left center field. It didn't rain for long, but it rained hard, so a little re-chalking down the lines. Unfortunately for Feldman, he's got to wait this out a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a chance to throw on the game mound. He was down in the bullpen warming up and took a long time to warm up, much like a starting pitcher would. But now he's got a chance to make a couple tosses off the game mound, and he will do that to Russell Martin. We're still waiting on the grounds crew to finish up the last touches to this ballpark, and Marco Estrada was the starter.
And did not have a typical Estrada night. Didi Gregorius greeted him with the first pitch home run with 2 down in the first inning. Gary Sanchez got a hold of a hanging changeup and hit it out to left center in the second inning. And then in the fourth, Sanchez may have been sitting changeup again. Got one and hit it even further than he hit the first one.
Yeah, Sanchez, a very promising young catcher, just 23 years old, hits his 3rd home run of the season in a game. And Estrada also gave up back-to-back home runs to the Yankees here back in May in the start. But the Blue Jays had a big lead as he gave up back-to-back home runs to Didi Gregorius and Chase Headley in that game in March. Tonight it was Sanchez hitting home runs in his first 2 at-bats.
Ready to go here in the bottom of the 5th as Aaron Hicks steps up and fouls the first pitch off over the third base dugout. Hicks, the left fielder, number 9 hitter, hit a fly ball to left field his first time up. Meanwhile, at Camden Yards in Baltimore, the Red Sox, on the strength of a Mookie Betts home run, so what else is new, lead the Orioles 3-0. If Boston wins and if the Blue Jays lose, there will be a 3-way tie for first between the Orioles, Blue Jays, and Red Sox.
And we're going to talk about those 3 teams a lot in the last 6 weeks of the season, and I think the Yankees are going to play their way into the conversation as well.
Here's the 1-1. And a swing and a drive straight away center field. Upton back and makes the catch on the warning track.
Upton certainly hasn't had the kind of run he would like with the bat, but boy, he's played well in the field, and he gets a good jump on this ball. This ball was spanked all the way to deep center field, 408 feet to straightaway center here in Yankee Stadium, and Upton made it look easy.
By the way, in that game in Baltimore, the Red Sox have a combined no-hitter going through 6 innings. Eduardo Rodriguez threw no-hit ball for 4 innings before leaving with a tight hamstring. And Matt Barnes has thrown the 5th and 6th. The Orioles still without a hit in that game.
The Orioles, much like the Blue Jays, have been struggling swinging the bats lately. They went 5-5 on their 10-game road trip out west. And it took a dramatic comeback to finish up 500 as they were trailing the Giants on Sunday 7-1 and came back and won that one 8-7.
Activity now in the Yankee pen, so it looks like Michael Pineda's not going to come back as well. Right-hander Anthony Swarzak is up. Pineda, a terrific 5 innings. 4 hits, did not walk a batter, couple of strikeouts. All of the hits were singles. Got out in front of just about every Blue Jay hitter that he faced. Ellsbury takes a strike, and it's 2-2. Ellsbury struck out in the first, grounded out in the third. Doesn't look like the rain chased many people home, actually. I guess everybody knew it was supposed to be a bit of a short rain delay.
Now, the entire Northeast has really been plagued by a drought, and I think all these fans are used to maybe a sudden thunderstorm and not much more. It's a hot, muggy night, and they didn't leave.
2-2 and a ground ball down to first. A play for Encarnacion and out number 2. Yeah, the delay only lasting about 40 minutes, maybe a little bit more than that. Enough to chase both pitchers out of the game, but that's about it.
Yeah, and I think that's a good move by both managers because it is such a hot and muggy night. You pitch 4 innings, then you go inside and sit for 45 minutes in an air-conditioned clubhouse. You could really be dealing with a lot of stiffness. So I think both Joe Girardi and John Gibbons did the right thing. Anytime you get up around 40-45 minutes delay, it's tough to bring a starting pitcher back.
And Pineda did do enough to qualify for the win, going 5 innings. The Yankees with a 5-0 lead as they bat here in the bottom of the 5th. Headley has struck out and grounded out. And Feldman catches the outside corner, 1-1.
You and I have been through some long rain delays. We were just talking about one in Milwaukee several years ago, last day of the season.
Yeah, last day of the regular season. I want to say 99, somewhere around there. If memory serves, the Reds were playing in Milwaukee. The Reds needed to win to force a 1-game playoff with the Mets. They had to play the game. I remember late afternoon there was some talk about flying the Reds and Mets and Brewers to Cincinnati so they could all play the next day, but the game was supposed to start around 1 o'clock Milwaukee time. I think it started about 8 o'clock that night on a Sunday night, the last day of the regular season. The Reds did win and then played a 1-game playoff, and I think that was the game where Al Leiter was just unhittable. I think the Mets beat the Reds in an Al Leiter game to get into the playoffs.
I think that's exactly the scenario, but yeah, it was raining and cold in Milwaukee, and they waited forever to play that game.
Yeah, I believe the bratwurst consumption was a little high that day. You run out of things to do at Old County Stadium in a 7-hour rain delay. 2-2. Just outside. I remember you and I in April one year, Blue Jays were in Milwaukee. This is when they were in American League Team County Stadium, and I mean it snowed, not flakes, like it. There was 6 inches of snow on the ground back in April. They didn't come close to playing. Pulled down the right field line. That is a fair ball. Headley on his way to second and in there with a 2-out double.
It didn't sound like Headley really hit this ball well. It sounded like it was down around the label. It didn't have that crisp crack of the bat, but he was able to keep it fair down in that right field corner. And you can see he's putting a little body English on it, trying to coax it into fair territory, and it hits just on that line, that brand new chalk line that they just finished putting down there after the rain delay.
So here comes Gregorius, who's had a couple of brief and loud at-bats tonight. First pitch he saw from Estrada in the first inning, he homered. First pitch he saw from Estrada in the 4th, he had a fly ball to the wall and right. This guy has grown by leaps and bounds. You talked about how difficult it was for him last year to come in and take over for Derek Jeter. Just the entirety of Jeter's career and what he meant to everybody involved with the Yankees and all their fans. And even though Jeter was not the same player obviously at the end of his career that he was at his peak, still to replace him in a sense, not the easiest job description. And it took a couple of months for Gregorius to kind of get his feet underneath him offensively and defensively last year.
And this is Didi's 5th season in the big leagues. He's just 26 years old too. He and Starlin Castro both 26, and it's a pretty dynamic double play combination they have up the middle, and they can really be a keystone combination for a number of years for New York.
Up the middle and through, a base hit. Headley around third will come in to score on an RBI single by Gregorius that makes it 6-0.
Now, Joe Girardi looks like a genius putting Gregorius in the 3rd spot. Headley hits a 2-out double, and with Headley at second, Gregorius picks up his 2nd hit of the game and his 2nd RBI. Gregorius has been hitting in the 3rd spot just for 4 games now, and he has done a nice job. Both he and Castro are physically a lot bigger than you would think. Gregorius is 6'3", and Castro is about 6'1", weighs over 200 pounds. They're big guys.
Here's Mark Teixeira now 0 for 2. Teixeira a ground ball and a fly ball. So the Yankees 6 runs on 7 hits, no errors. The Blue Jays no runs, 4 hits, no errors. The Yankees winning 1-0 last night. Left 14 men on base. They've done a much better job converting on their opportunities tonight, especially that 3-run homer that Sanchez hit in the 4th inning. They've had 2 very big 2-out clutch hits in this game. The Sanchez 3-run homer and the Gregorius RBI single. Joe Girardi may not look that happy on the outside, but he's got to be pretty happy on the inside. The Yankees have won 5 of the last 6. And you said they might play their way back into the conversation. Wouldn't it be crazy if middle of September the Yankees were hanging around 2-3 games out with all kinds of games left against the Jays, Red Sox, and Orioles?
Without Miller, Chapman, and Beltran.
Yep.
And I'm not going to mention A-Rod. He wasn't doing much. But Beltran, Miller, and Chapman, of course, were terrific. And they decided to cut them loose before the trade deadline. But so far, their Yankees bullpen has performed well.
3-1. And a strike, full count on Teixeira. Castro on deck should the inning continue. There goes the runner, and the pitch fouled back. And you get the feeling that Yankee players kind of like they're playing with house money right now. I mean, nobody expects them to contend. It was, without calling it that, they waved the white flag. They traded a lot of veteran guys, but if they can hang around, young guys bring some energy with them. They're playing well right now. There's no pressure on them whatsoever, which is a strange thing to say about a Yankee team. Donaldson will throw out to Teixeira, and that's the inning. But another run for the Yankees. End of 5 of the Bronx. They lead 6-0.
Night, and that means it's time for you fans to show us your Blue Jays spirit, and I'm sure the ones that are sticking around have that Blue Jays spirit tonight. So enter the TD Comfort Zone contest by posting a video or photo of you tagging at Blue Jays and including the hashtag TD Tuesday on Twitter or Instagram for a chance to win. For full contest rules and details, visit bluejays.com/Comfort Zone. We'll get you now back to Dan and Buck.
All right, Barry, thank you. And Joe Girardi's gone to his bullpen for Anthony Swarzak. Michael Pineda, 5 very good innings before the rain delay. Swarzak, who was signed to a minor league deal by the Yankees in the offseason, was called up in June. And last pitch 3 days ago against Tampa Bay. His 22nd appearance of the season with the Yankees as he starts Devin Travis with a strike. Top of the order, Travis, Donaldson, and Encarnacion. The Blue Jays still looking for their first run of the series. They have been shut out through 14 innings here. Funny game. They put up, what, a 13 and a 9 in 2 games against Houston, and they can't buy a run so far here in New York. There's a liner, fair ball headed towards the left field corner, and Devin Travis gliding into second with a leadoff double as we send you back to Jamie in the studio for an update. All right, Jamie, thank you. Of course, the Blue Jays are headed to Cleveland for a weekend series with the AL Central leading Indians. We're trying to hold off the Tigers in that division. Got a 5-game lead on Detroit right now. And Detroit trailing Kansas City 3-1 8th inning at Comerica. Boston continues to lead Baltimore. It's 3-0 Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th. Here's Josh Donaldson, 0 for 2 on a couple of groundouts. So Donaldson still without a hit against Pineda. 0 for 2 against him tonight. 0 for 15 against him in his career. Probably glad to see Swarzak out of the pen.
Anybody but Pineda, that's for sure. He just hasn't been able to solve Michael Pineda. That's the longest 0 for Donaldson against any pitcher he's faced. 0 for 15.
Swarzak came up with Minnesota in 2009. Spent a few years with the Twins. Was an Indian last year. 10 appearances with them. Now a Yankee this year. Bouncing ball that will stay fair. Travis had gone halfway. Comes to third. Throw gets away. Travis will score. Donaldson on his way to second. So the Blue Jays finally on the board here in the Bronx. An error helps out as it's now 6-1.
Well, the Yankee infielders have really given Mark Teixeira a lot of work over there at first base. They've thrown a bunch of bad throws and in fact took Teixeira into the baseline earlier where he had to make a tag on a runner. And Headley, you got to wonder if this ball's not wet when he picks it up, doesn't get much of a grip on it and sails it wide of first base. Travis running with his head up, sees the ball go down into right field line, so he comes home easily. It should be an infield hit for Donaldson and an error charge to Headley.
No RBI on the play, so it's 6-1. A runner at second, nobody out, and here's Encarnacion, 1 for 2. And a fastball catches the outside corner for a called strike. Headley, his 8th error on the season. Now the Blue Jays will take all the help they can get right now, the way they've swung the bats the last couple of nights. That's why, you know, we talk about the strikeouts and how much the Blue Jays have been striking out. And some teams, some people say strikeouts just like any other out. But Donaldson didn't hit that ball well at all, but you put it in play. At the very least, even if they'd got Donaldson, Travis was coming to third on the play. And then the error compounded the trouble.
Yeah, strikeouts are hollow outs. There's nothing that happens with strikeouts. And you put the ball in play, you're always putting the pressure on the opposition's defense to make plays. Plus, you get base runners on base. You just move things around. And strikeouts, pitcher stands out there and he has a breeze of a night.
Tyler Clippard, who worked an inning in last night's game, getting up now, starting to throw for the Yankees. You can tell by the way Joe Girardi's managing, with Betances getting up at the beginning of the 8th inning last night when Warren was in the game. Clippard getting up quickly here tonight in the 6th inning. And he has talked about this, and he talked about it in the context of Alex Rodriguez. He said, I'm not here to run a farewell tour, which has actually happened a couple of times. Happened with Jeter, a little bit with A-Rod. And he said, my job description is to win games. And he is still managing as if his team is very much in the race,
yeah,
as he should.
And they are in the race.
Yep.
The Yankees are 4 games over 500, as you mentioned before. There's 5.5 games back of the front-running Orioles and Blue Jays. A lot of baseball to be played yet. Be a lot of tough games for all these teams in the AL East.
The 2-2. Strike 3 called.
Michael Pineda, the starting pitcher for the Yankees, was sharp early in this ball game. The rain got him. He only goes 5 innings through 68 pitches. Didn't walk a batter, struck out 2, and allowed the Blue Jays just 4 hits He was really throwing quality pitches and using that slider very effectively early in the game, and he is the pitcher of record for the Yankees tonight.
So here's Michael Saunders, 0 for 2, a ground out and a fly ball so far tonight. So he continues to look to get untracked here in the second half. Trying to check the swing. But he went around, and it's 0-1. Gregorius playing just to the shortstop side of the bag out at second, trying to keep Donaldson close as Saunders swings through it 0-2. And because Donaldson's at second, Headley's a little bit closer to third base than he normally would be in this kind of a situation. If you come up as a third baseman in these days, your job description's about 60% third base, 40% shortstop.
Yeah, they move him around an awful lot, and you have to make adjustments, and there are a lot of things that you have to concern yourself with in double play situations. Who's going to be at second? Who's got the throw from the pitcher? All these things have to be addressed because of the shifts, playing in unusual positions.
And when they really put the full shift on, Headley actually goes over to the other side of the bag and in effect plays second base. So he'll play all over the infield. Missed a little inside, 2-2. Whipper looks ready out of the bullpen if he's needed. A lot of the Blue Jays up on the top step right now. They've got a run in this inning, trying to generate some offense here against the Yankees.
Young Gary Sanchez, the rookie catcher, out to chat with Swarzak just to make sure that he understands what Anthony wants to do to try to finish off this at bat. And I am a firm believer that you really have to leave it in the pitcher's hands. He's the one that has to be most comfortable with the pitch. So the youngster went out there and said, hey, what would you like to do here to make sure we kind of finish off this at bat with Saunders at the plate?
Two on the way, and a swing and a miss on a pitch down and in. Back-to-back strikeouts now for Swarzak.
Well, the strikeouts are mounting up for Michael Saunders. He has now struck out 128 times. That ties him for fifth in the American League with Ian Desmond, and this is a breaking ball. That strike the ball, breaking ball inside is a tough pitch for Michael to get to because he swings over the top of it and it kind of goes to his back foot.
So now Troy Tulowitzki, 2 for 2 tonight. He's up the average to 254. Now the Blue Jays get in a situation where to put Saunders because he's the only left-handed bat in that part of the lineup. They have resisted the temptation to put Tulowitzki in the cleanup spot, but you wonder at some point if Tulo keeps hitting the way that he is and Saunders keeps struggling the way that he is, would John Gibbons consider moving Saunders down a little bit? Then of course he's closer to Siciliani and Carrera and whatever lefties may be in the lineup.
And he's also closer to Upton, and you're putting a lot of strikeouts together in the bottom part of your lineup. I mean, these are all the challenges that a manager has to think about as far as who's where and who gets on base, who gets something going. And believe me, John's trying to figure out how to best manage this lineup right now when, you know, there are a lot of guys struggling at the plate.
Fly ball to right field. It's carrying, and it's gone. An opposite field home run for Tulowitzki, and the Blue Jays making a game of it now, trailing 6-3.
21 home runs now for Troy Tulowitzki, and he stayed on that pitch, and he's really swinging the bat well. That ball was away from him, and he just rode it over the wall in right. Looked like it might have hit right on the top of the fence, and there was some doubt as to whether or not Aaron Judge at 6'7" would have a chance to make a catch on this. But all of a sudden, the Blue Jays are right back in this ball game. Travis doubled to start it, scored on an error by Headley, and now Tulowitzki with a 2-run home run. He's got 63 RBIs all of a sudden.
3 for 3 tonight. Here's Russell Martin.
The pitch is away, and it's that cut fastball, just stays out over the plate, and Swarzak knew it as soon as he saw Tulowitzki cut at. He wasn't in a good spot.
Tulowitzki now 7 for his last 13 with a couple of home runs.
With 3 hits in this game tonight on the road, he has now hit in 13 straight road games.
And Martin takes a low strike. The count is 1-2, and he's having some words with Jerry Lane, the home plate umpire. John Gibbons didn't like that at all either. By the way, Hunter Wendelstedt, the umpire who was shaken up in last night's game, not here tonight. Stu Shorewater is at second base filling in. Wendelstedt suffered what appeared to be concussion-like symptoms when he was hit by a foul ball on the mast. Left the game a half inning later and is not part of the crew here tonight. We sent him the best.
Yeah, absolutely. We hope he's doing better. There's the young umpire, Stu Shorewater, who has made the trip here to Yankee Stadium to fill in for Wendelstedt.
Full count on Martin.
You saw John Gibbons after that low pitch was called a strike. Holler out to Jerry Lane, the crew chief, said, "Did you call that a strike?"
Jerry Lane's been around for a while. He's heard worse. Full count on Martin. 2 down and the base is empty here in the 6th inning. And a check swing foul off. Tulowitzki, by the way, if you look at his season, has spent almost the entire time hitting in the 5 or the 6 spot. 11 at bats hitting 7th, 9 at bats hitting 4th. Everything else split fairly evenly between 5 and 6. And Martin hits the ball a long way to left center field. Ellsbury back running out of room. Back-to-back home runs. 6-4. 8th time this year that the Blue Jays have gone back-to-back.
And the same guys did it on Sunday. Tulowitzki hit his 20th on Sunday, and Martin followed with his 10th, and they go back-to-back again here in the 6th, and just like that, it's a brand new ball game. Russell Martin starting to come up with some big hits. Swarzak is out of the game, retiring just 2 batters, and he's been charged with 4 runs, and it's a 6-4 game.
Tulowitzki and then Russell Martin. The 2 hot guys stay hot as they go back-to-back here in the 6th inning.
Well, they sure do. And you watch the pitcher's reaction after this pitch, and he knows that one's got a chance to go out. He doesn't even want to look at it. Anthony Swarzak giving up back-to-back home runs. As Russell Martin really starting to get into the swing of things, staying in the big part of the field, and he now has 11 home runs.
So here's Tommy Lane, who until a couple of weeks ago was a member of the Boston Red Sox, was designated for assignment on the 2nd of August, released on the 6th, picked up almost immediately by the Yankees, and made his pinstripe debut on the 9th just last week. Now comes on to face the left-hand hitting Daryl Siciliani. Bounces one in. It's a ball and a strike. By the way, the combined no-hitter is over for the Red Sox. The Orioles have scored a couple of runs in the bottom of the 7th on a Matt Wieters base hit. So it's now the Red Sox 3 and the Orioles 2, with the Baltimore still batting in the bottom of the 7th. Sweeping breaking ball in for a strike.
Yeah, that's the pitch that's so effective for Tommy Lane against left-handed hitters. He throws it right at their hip, and then it has that sweeping break that takes it over the plate. Siciliani, of course, never faced Tommy Lane before this at bat.
Fly ball left center. Ellsbury there, and that's the inning. But what an inning it is for the Blue Jays, who didn't score in their first 14 innings of the series. Troy Tulowitzki with an opposite field 3-run, a home run, and Russell Martin follows it up 6-4. Estrada and 5 earned runs, Buck, the most he's given up in a game this year.
Yeah, his command was just off a touch. He gave up a 2-out home run to Didi Gregorius in the first. He gave up a 2-out home run to Gary Sanchez in the second, and then the big blow, a 3-run home run once again to Sanchez. That came in the 4th inning, so the home run was really a problem for Marco tonight, but that has been the exception this year and not the rule for sure.
Here's Starlin Castro leading off the bottom of the 6th against Scott Feldman. Castro will be followed by Brian McCann, and then Gary Sanchez, who's got 2 home runs tonight. Castro has lined out and singled and scored.
Feldman pitching in his 7th game here at Yankee Stadium. In the previous 6 games, he appeared as a starter in all 6 of those games. Done a pretty good job with a .297 earned run average here at Yankee Stadium, but he gave up a run on a Gregorius 2-out single in the 5th.
Every run that's been scored in this game has scored with 2 outs. All 6 Yankee runs and all 4 Blue Jays runs. And 9 of the 10 runs have scored on homers. Castro lifts one in the air to right field. And Carrera is there to make the grab one down. Well, when you pitch in this ballpark, and we saw it on the Tulowitzki home run, right field in Yankee Stadium is one of the best spots to hit a home run in baseball. Tulowitzki didn't hit it right down the line, but the ball he hit is not a home run in every park. As a pitcher, it's always got to be in the back of your mind about trying to keep them away from that corner.
Yeah, you know what? You hear pitching coaches all the time say, keep the ball down and away and you'll be okay. Well, that's not always the case here in Yankee Stadium. And that pitch Tulowitzki hit was certainly away. It might not have been down as far as Swarzak wanted it, but yeah, you just flip a ball in the air to right field, you got a chance to hit it out.
Yeah, only 318 down the left field line. It's big in the gaps here in the Bronx. 385 at right center, 399 at left center, and a healthy 408 to straightaway center field. Remember the first year they opened the ballpark here, though, the ball was flying like crazy the first few months out to right field.
Yeah, it sure was, and everybody thought Teixeira and Alex Rodriguez would really rack up big home run numbers here. They never really had the kind of home run seasons everybody anticipated. First time Reggie Jackson saw this field, he said, man, I hit 70 home runs in this ball. And he probably would have.
Yep. The 0-2 to McCann.
Of course, the original Yankee Stadium was across the street from this, the third Yankee Stadium, if you will. And the right field corner has always been very short. But in the old stadium, the fence bowed out away from the infield, and now it almost goes straight across at a right angle, all the way out to the Yankees bullpen. And it used to be a deep alley out there in right center around that W.B. Mason sign, and then it would really get deep, and it was like 440, I think, to center, and it was a big, big ballpark.
The strikeout of McCann. I think at old Yankee Stadium, if you will, before they redid it, when the monuments were still in play, which is crazy if you think about it, I think it was 457 to left center field. Now that's mid 70s and earlier.
It
right?
was it was before the 73 renovation, when they renovated it in 74 and 75. We played at Shea Stadium for 2 years and then came back to open it up in 76 as a new configured playing field.
457. Now, old Tiger Stadium, which you played at a lot, was 440 to straightaway center field.
And the flagpole was on the field and play there as well.
Yeah. 0-2 the count on Sanchez, who's homered in both at bats tonight, the third and fourth home runs of his major league career. Well, we talked about how Joe Girardi was asked if Sanchez was going to get a lot of time behind the plate and play regularly. The way he's going, how do you take him out right now? And his luck is pretty good too. So he bounces one up the third baseline for an infield hit.
Yeah, this is the thing that everybody's a little concerned about with the Yankees. This injection of youth has really sparked them. In the clubhouse, there's an excited atmosphere because you got so many rookies getting a chance to play in a pennant race, and Sanchez hits a dribbler. Nice play by Donaldson, but not nearly in time to get Sanchez. The only chance he has is to make a barehanded grab, and he does, but Sanchez has his third hit of the game.
So the inning continues for Aaron Judge. His flied out and grounded out tonight, 5 for 12 in his big league career. This is his fourth game. A couple of home runs, one in his first game, one in his second game. If you haven't seen him last night or aren't aware of what he did over the weekend, one of their top prospects getting a chance to come up and play after the trades. He is 6'7" and 275 pounds.
To give you an idea how he stacks up with some of the greats that have played in Yankee pinstripes, he had hit home runs in back-to-back games in his first major league season at the age of 24 or younger. It's just the fourth time that has happened in Yankees history. Joe DiMaggio was the first one to homer in his first season in back-to-back games. He did that in 1936. Tommy Henrik did it in 37. The great Mickey Mantle did it twice in 1951. And now Aaron Judge.
John Gibbons was saying before the game, for a guy this big and this young, his swing's actually a little more compact than he thought, and he took that as a bad sign for the Blue Jays, that he thinks it's a pretty mature swing that Judge has for a guy who's so big and so young.
Yeah, I think the Yankees did a good job by sending him back to AAA for a second season. He raised his batting average about 50 points this year in AAA over last year.
Inning over on the strikeouts. 6 in the books of the Bronx. The Yankees 6 and the Blue Jays 4. Conversation for American League MVP. I mean, he's moving to the head of the class. Jose Altuve is having a magnificent season, but Mookie Betts is on an unbelievable tear right now.
He's got 89 RBIs now, and he plays a very good outfield. He runs the bases well. He does just about everything you want in a ball player and comes up with big hits. Tyler Clippard pitched a clean inning in last night's game. He retired to side in order in the 7th. They got Encarnacion Saunders and Tulowitzki in the only inning he worked. He is back with the Yankees, the team with which he started. He was a Yankee draft pick in the 9th round of 2003. He has pitched for the Nationals, the A's, the Mets, the Diamondbacks, and back to the Yankees.
Melvin Upton Jr. leads off the 7th for the Blue Jays. He has grounded out and had an infield hit. He'll be followed by Ezekiel Carrera, and then back to the top of the order for Devin Travis. The Blue Jays getting all 4 of their runs, if you weren't with us, in the 6th inning after the rain delay. A 3-run homer by Troy Tulowitzki, excuse me, a 2-run homer from Troy Tulowitzki, and a solo homer from Russell Martin. As they go back-to-back for the 2nd time in 3 days. 21st of the season for Tulowitzki, 11th home run of the season for Martin. He is hot right now. It's like Colorado Tulo right now. But you got 40 RBIs now in his last 45 games. I think with Tulowitzki, when he's especially when he's going well, there's a tendency to not move. Just don't mess with success. Don't mess with anything. Leave him where he is.
There's really no reason to move him right now. He is swinging the bat so well.
Upton strikes out. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Well, the grounds crew did a heck of a job pre and post rain delay here tonight. Came down in buckets. The delay just over 40 minutes. And it does not appear as if we're going to have any more issues unless this game goes until about 1:30 in the morning local time, when the radar looks a little bit messy again. The other thing about the lineup is at some point, presumably, and the Blue Jays hope fairly soon, Jose Bautista will be back.
Yeah, he is eligible next Thursday. Pilar is eligible on Tuesday to come off the 15-day disabled list.
Carrera thinking about bunting his way aboard.
You know, you mentioned moving Tulowitzki. In his time in Colorado, when he was a Silver Slugger a couple of times, he hit most of the time in the 4th spot.
Carlos Gonzalez hit 3rd a lot, I would think.
Yeah, he had 452 games batting cleanup, 118 batting 3rd. Of course, last year he came over and hit leadoff for the first time in his career. So that might have been out of his comfort zone. But right now, it doesn't make any difference where he's hitting, I believe. He's swinging the bat so well.
The 1-2 to Carrera. In the shallow left center field, and coming on is Ellsbury for the 2nd out.
You know, we discount Jacoby Ellsbury in his defense, but he still can get a good read on the ball and close ground on it. He's got great speed in center field, and he ranges far and wide, covering the spacious center field here at Yankee Stadium. And he got a good read on that one and made the play very easily.
So 2 down in the inning, and back to the leadoff hitter Devin Travis. Doubled to lead off the 6th, and scored moments later on an error, a throwing error by Chase Headley. Travis has not drawn a walk in his last 59 plate appearances. Don't look for him to be the so-called prototypical leadoff hitter who's taken a lot of pitches. He's up there to hack, and he's up there to do some damage, and the Blue Jays have said to him to keep doing what you're doing. Be you up there, and he's swinging the bat really well.
Yeah, he sure is, and I don't want him to think about getting walks. I want him to think about getting good pitches to hit, and that's his mindset right now. And Brooks Jacoby, the hitting coach, has talked about some of the hitters are not really zeroed in enough or aggressive enough for that first pitch fastball. That's not the case with Devin Travis. He sees a pitch he likes early in the at bat. He's hacking at it.
Way high, a ball and a strike. Russell Martin likes swinging at that first pitch. Martin came into the game tonight hitting .548 on the first pitch this year. That's the highest in baseball. And generally speaking, numbers are high on first pitches, way higher than normal, but .548 still .548.
Well, yeah, they're higher than normal because you're only going to swing at a real good pitch you want to hit. Obviously, you're not going to chase borderline pitches on that first pitch of an at bat, but that's still very impressive when you can get a pitch to hit and square it up as frequently as Russell has.
Up and in to Travis. The count now 2-2.
Boy, if you don't think the Blue Jays aren't locked in about winning another division title to a man, they are all focused on every pitch, everything that's going on, trying to make sure they get back to the postseason again. I mean, they are really grinding through this offensive drought.
Swing and a miss, and Clippard gets Travis to end the inning. 7th inning stretch at Yankee Stadium. 6-4 game.
Using hashtag from anywhere with Roam Like Home starting at $5 a day. Roam in the U.S. on a share everything plan, and you can use your phone just like you do at home in over 100 destinations around the world as well. Go to Rogers.com/roamlikehome for more details. Bottom of the 7th inning we go. Dan Schulman and Buck Martinez with the call.
Barry, thank you. And the Blue Jays fans who are here in New York and stuck out the rain delay, rewarded for their patience and loyalty in the 6th inning when the Blue Jays scored 4 runs, but they still have some work to do. They're down 6-4 as the Yankees come up at the bottom of the 7th. Scott Feldman still on the mound for the Jays. Moral victories are nice, but in a pennant race, actual victories are a whole lot better. The Blue Jays still with a couple of cracks at it, but need Feldman and maybe Cecil, who's up in the pen right now, to hold him here and give him a chance.
Yeah, you don't get any points for being close. You got to win games, and that's what it's all about. The Blue Jays have had a tough time winning games. 8-6 in a 14 games this month of August. They need to strengthen things together. John Gibbons was talking about that. He said, what's our longest win streak this season? 7. He said last year we had 2 11-game win streaks.
Red Sox are leading the Orioles 5-3, bottom of the 8th at Camden Yards. Mookie Betts with 2 homers and all 5 RBIs for Boston. Aaron Hicks leads off the inning for the Yankees and looks at a strike over the outside edge from Scott Feldman. Feldman's 3rd inning of work gave up a run in the 5th. Just an infield hit, had a couple of strikeouts in the 6th. And this figures to be his last batter with the left-hand hitting Jacoby Ellsbury on deck.
You know, you mentioned Mookie Betts against the Orioles. I just got curious and I went back and looked at his numbers against Baltimore this year. 2 home runs tonight, right? He's got 8 home runs and 17 RBIs in 11 games. Remember, he had a 3-homer game against Baltimore earlier at Camden Yards.
Yeah.
One of his 2 3-home run games of the season.
Maybe they should just usher him down to first base.
Yeah. And I said, Mookie, you know what? We'll negotiate. We'll give you 1 base instead of 4.
He's hitting cleanup. David Ortiz is hitting 3rd. Mookie Betts is hitting cleanup right now for the Red Sox.
I think that's a great move. You have to go with what your eyes tell you you're seeing. And right now, Mookie Betts is the most productive hitter in the Red Sox lineup.
Just low. Breaking ball down and in. The count now full. John Gibbons may be on the verge of a pitching change at the end of this battle here between Hicks and Feldman. Strike 3 call for out number 1.
Well, what a good pitch by Scott Feldman. Picks up his 3rd strikeout since coming into the ball game, and this ball runs back over the inside corner and freezes Aaron Hicks. Boy, there's nothing like the first out of an inning, and Feldman now will work to the top of the order with nobody on and a man down.
So he will stay as Ellsbury comes up. Ellsbury 0 for 3. The Yankees go left-handed batter, switch hitter, left-handed batter, switch hitter, the top 4 spots in their lineup. Ellsbury, Headley, Gregorius, and Teixeira. But John Gibbons likes what he sees right now from Feldman.
Well, Scott Feldman has been a starter for much of his career, and he's also pitched in some tough postseason games. Well, a member of the Texas Rangers, so he will not make mistakes on the mound. He might get hit around a little bit, but he's not going to get himself into bad counts and bad situations. Feldman, for his career, has made 183 starts. He was a 17-game winner as a starter for Texas in 2009. He's pitched in 9 postseason games, all with Texas.
And another strikeout. 2 in a row this inning and 3 in a row going back to the last inning.
Boy, what a good pitch. That's that backdoor cutter Russell Martin set up on the outside corner, and Feldman delivered. Watch how he drives through this pitch and gets enough late break to catch that outside corner and freeze Ellsbury.
So with 2 down to the bases empty, here's Chase Headley. He's got some good numbers against Feldman. 5 for 13 with a home run in his career. 1 for 3 tonight. doubled and scored in the 5th, and that double came off Feldman. He was 0 for 2 against Estrada. Yankees 6, Blue Jays 4 as the Yankees bat here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Back with you again tomorrow afternoon. J. Happ and CC Sabathia. Delayed strike call there by Jerry Lane, the home plate umpire. But he deems it to be a strike, and it's 1-2. It's been given a little bit off that corner all night long to both staffs. Swing and a miss, and Scott Feldman just struck out the side. 5 strikeouts through 3 innings. Natives growing a little bit restless here in the Bronx right now. The Blue Jays have scored some runs. Their pitching has settled down. Some big hitters coming up in the 8th. Tomorrow night on Sportsnet 360, the Royals and the Tigers. The Tigers are an important team from a Blue Jays perspective. They could be in the hunt for a wild card spot as well. Yordan Ventura on the mound for Kansas City, and Anibal Sanchez is the starter for Detroit.
New pitcher for the Yankees is Adam Warren, and Warren came in and had a 1-2-3 inning in the 8th. The same rotation as they used last night. Clippard pitched in the 7th. Here's Warren in the 8th, and Warren 3 up, 3 down. He had a strikeout, and the back end of the bullpen has been as effective without the marquee names of Aroldis Chapman and Andrew Miller.
Warren's been a valuable, versatile guy for the Yankees over the last couple of years. Was traded to the Cubs in the offseason in the deal that brought Starlin Castro here, and Warren struggled mightily with the Cubs, and then was part of the package back to New York for Aroldis Chapman. And as soon as he got back here, he started pitching well again. And he's a guy, could be an 8th inning guy, could be a 7th inning guy, could wind up as a starter next year for the Yankees.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes pitchers just connect with pitching coaches, and Larry Rothschild is considered one of the best in baseball, and he's the coach here with the Yankees. So Warren back in familiar surroundings, pitching very well once again. Donaldson's been in between all night long, not sure what to do. Here's Rothschild, the longtime pitching coach and the first manager of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Here's the 0-2. Up and away. Donaldson will be followed by Encarnacion and Saunders here in the 8th inning. Donaldson 1 for 3 tonight, 1 for 7 in his career against Warren.
Well, this is where the Blue Jays have to get it done. This part of the line of Donaldson, Encarnacion, and Michael Saunders. And then you got to get somebody on for Tulowitzki and Martin. They're the guys that have come up with the big hits lately, but Encarnacion had an opportunity last night in the 9th inning and hit a hot shot to Chase Headley, who turned it into a game-ending double play.
The Blue Jays trying to make it 5 consecutive series wins here in New York. We mentioned last night the last time that any team had done that was the Indians in the late 60s. But of course, they've got to win tonight's game in order to have a chance to do that. Then they'd have to go win tomorrow as well. Donaldson fighting off some good pitches.
Yeah, he got to a good pitch right there. It was a fastball right on the outside corner. He was able to get to it and foul it off.
Pineda, Swarzak, who gave up 4 runs, all 4 runs, Lane, Clippard, and now Warren. Popped up in foul territory, and this one will get out of play, bouncing on top of the dugout and up in the seats.
That was a tough pitch for Donaldson to foul off. It was a backup breaking ball. He saw it breaking and anticipated it was going to be away, and then he had to fight it off. He was fortunate that he was able to get it into the seats out of play. You don't mind the hanging breaking balls, but the ones that back up really can jam you because you're seeing the spin, think it's going to break, and then it comes inside on you.
Again, the 2-2. You get to hear somebody behind in the seats yelling, "Strike 3, come on!" But Jerry Lane didn't feel it was a strike, and it sure didn't look like a strike.
It didn't sound like Joe Girardi.
No. In the old days, you couldn't hear one guy yelling here because there was so much atmosphere at Old Yankee Stadium. I mean, the team was generally a lot better too, but there were more people here. There were louder people here than there are right now. Certainly didn't see as many empty blue seats down behind home plate as you do at the new stadium. Could be a couple of years till they really get back to being the Yankees again, depending on how long they wait to spend money. I mean, it's not like they're going. They've traded a lot of veterans. They're going to bring in a lot of young players. Will it be a full rebuild, which is something we haven't seen from the Yankees? Will they bide their time until after the 2018 season when guys like Bryce Harper and Manny Machado were free agents?
I think they're going to stay with the core of their position players the way it is for the time being. Donaldson reaches out and spoils another tough pitch. See Cecil standing behind Jason Grilli. Cecil was up and ready the last half inning. Now Grilli has gotten up. But I think the Yankees like the position area and with their position players now, especially with the 2 youngsters up the middle who are more experienced but still just 26 years old.
Well, and if Sanchez and Judge are the real deal, and if Bird can come back from the shoulder injury that's cost them all of this season, they got some pieces.
What an at bat, huh?
Yeah.
Josh Donaldson is such a good eye, and he has strike zone recognition as good as anybody in baseball. He fouled off several strikes to keep that inning alive, and he works Warren for the leadoff walk.
76th walk drawn by Donaldson this year. Only Mike Trout has walked more in the American League. He comes into play tonight with 80. A 12 pitch at bat. And here's Encarnacion with 33 home runs, suddenly representing the game's tying run. Big hole on the right side with Castro shading up the middle, but Encarnacion's not thinking about poking one through the right side. Although he did that earlier tonight on a pitch that was off the outside corner. That was all he could do with it. And thinking about going away here, and he hits it a ton to left field. 2-run homer and a tie game. They have come all the way back from 6 runs down to tie it here in the Bronx.
For Encarnacion, 99 RBIs now after that 2-run home run. And how about the Donaldson at bat? to get on base and set the table for double E. Edwin's 34th home run of the season, his 14th career home run here at Yankee Stadium, and a very timely home run coming with nobody out in the 8th inning. That'll energize a ball club.
So Tulowitzki, Martin, and Encarnacion all homering, and a little doubt about this one. He knew it as soon as he swung. It's
not a
34.
bad pitch either. Down and away, a breaking ball, and he went down and got it. And when he squares them up, I don't care where you're playing, they're going to go. Home run hitters can do that. When he squares it up, he knows it's going to go. Number 34 for Edwin. Now he's got 99 ribbies on the season.
You know, around baseball, if you can have a quiet 34 and 99 in the middle of August, it's loud in Canada, but I don't know if south of the border everybody knows what kind of a season this guy's really having.
Yeah, and you talk about MVP seasons. Edwin's having another MVP caliber season for sure.
So now tied for the major league lead in home runs with Mark Trumbo, and 6 ahead of Nolan Arenado for the major league lead in RBIs, and a parrot made the trip here to the Bronx to help celebrate. As Edwin took the parrot for a jog around the bases right there. Michael Saunders is 0 for 3. And 0 for 4.
Now Edwin didn't hit a home run until the 15th of April this season. Everybody kept saying, what's wrong with Edwin? No power anymore. He had 2 home runs in Fenway. First time the Blue Jays went to Boston in the 15th of April. And now he's up to 34. And what an at bat by Josh Donaldson to set the table for Encarnacion. Josh had a terrific at bat and worked Adam Warren for the leadoff walk, and then scores on the home run.
And here comes the hottest hitter the Blue Jays have, Troy Tulowitzki, 3 for 3 with a homer tonight. Loops one to left field. That's down for a base hit. A 4-hit night for Tulowitzki.
Well, Tulowitzki and Martin went back-to-back in the 6th inning, and Russell Martin hit one deep to center field. Of course, he knows all about Yankee Stadium. He played 2 years here with the Yanks. And he and Tulowitzki go back-to-back. They did it on Sunday. They do it again here tonight. And Tulowitzki with 4 hits, his first 4-hit game of the season. And he's really starting to heat up, as is Russell Martin. These two have been awfully productive lately.
And here's where things are different for the Yankees after the trades of Miller and Chapman. The left-hander is Chasen Shreve. The right-hander is Blake Parker. After Swarzak struggled, they've gone through Lane and Clippard. Clippard had a very good inning. Now Warren struggling here in the 8th. And Joe Girardi wants to know who's ready.
Now, just when we talked about the Yankees had suggested they hadn't really missed Miller or Chapman, and tonight they have, no question about it.
Well, Girardi leaves the right-hander Warren to face the right-hand hitting Russell Martin. The Edwin Encarnacion home run has tied it here in the 8th inning. Martin tonight 1 for 3. The solo home run in the 6th inning is 11th on the season. That's something in his eye. 4 in the 6th and 2 more here in the 8th for the Blue Jays. Top of the 9th in Baltimore. The Red Sox lead the Orioles 5-3. Fastball a bit outside.
The 4 hits for Tulowitzki, the first time he's had 4 hits in a Blue Jays uniform, and the first time he's collected 4 hits in a game since May 29th last year as a Rocky playing in Philadelphia.
Big cut. And the foul tip, 1-1 on Martin.
I spoke to Russell today on the bench while the rain was coming down and batting practice had been canceled. I said, man, you look like you got a little extra hop in your step. He said, hey, it's that time of the year. And he knows all about pennant races and going to the postseason. 8 times in 11 seasons in the big leagues, he's taken a team to the postseason, and he'd love to do it again for the Blue Jays for a second consecutive year.
Yeah, he's been to the playoffs as a member of the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Pirates, and the Blue Jays. Marlo Hale, but Jacoby contemplating the possibilities here. The 1-2. And Martin kind of an emergency, not even a swing there, just kind of got the bat into the zone enough to fight it off and live to see another pitch.
Looked like a hockey player deflecting the puck right in front of the net, just keeping it away from that umpire so he can't call it strike 3.
He played a little hockey when he was a kid. 1-2 the count on Martin. Go ahead run at first with 1 out here in the 8th inning. They've gone bottom of 9 now in Baltimore. Orioles coming up trailing 5-3. Pulled foul.
But this is what we're really starting to see from Tulowitzki and Russell Martin. We saw it from Donaldson, how these guys are really battling during at bats now. Russell spoils a pretty good pitch right there to keep the at bat alive. Tulowitzki's done it all night long. Donaldson did it in his last at bat to work Warren for the leadoff walk. Getting on base, setting the table, passing the baton to the next man.
One-two again, and another foul back.
Russell has played in 48 postseason games. He has nearly 200 postseason at bats.
To your point, Buck, about extending at bats, Yankee pitchers have thrown 137 pitches in this game. 1 out of the bottom of the 8th. Blue Jay pitchers have thrown 116. And it's not walks. Yankee pitchers have walked 1 guy tonight. That's it. It's all these foul balls. Osuna's up alongside Grilly. Another 1-2 pitch. Fly ball to right field. Did he get enough? You betcha. Russell Martin with a home run, his 2nd of the night, and the Blue Jays have the lead. What a comeback here in the Bronx for the Blue Jays.
Well, we told you when Russell Martin is thinking about center field and right, that's when he's at his best. He went deep to center field in the 6th, and now he takes one to right. For Russell, a 2-homer game here tonight in Yankee Stadium, where he played a couple of seasons in pinstripes. And you talk about coming up with big hits. Tulowitzki and Martin doing it tonight here in the Bronx.
Adam Warren gets just 1 out, gives up 2 homers, gives up 4 runs, and look at the Blue Jay dugout. 4 in the 6th, 4 in the 8th, and an 8-6 lead. Russell Martin with plenty of reasons to smile. Same with Troy Tulowitzki. Tulo's 4 for 4 with a homer. Martin has hit 2 home runs tonight, the second time he's done it this season, and both of them have come in this ballpark.
Well, you can see Edwin Encarnacion, he hit a 2-run home run to tie it, and this team is fired up. We mentioned how focused they were even when they were down 5-0, 6-0 after 5. They kept battling back, and they have taken the lead here in the 8th.
4 home runs in the game for the Blue Jays. 2 by Martin, 1 by Tulowitzki, 1 by Encarnacion. Siciliani now facing the 6th Yankee pitcher of the night, left-hander Chasen Shreve, who hit him. Man, has this been a disastrous night for the Yankee bullpen.
Well, it sure has, after they got such a great start, and a rain-shortened start at that for Michael Pineda. He goes 5 innings. The rain hit before they started the bottom of the 5th, the 45-minute rain delay, and Pineda couldn't continue. So now this has an impact on tomorrow's game when you have to go this deep into your bullpen.
Mother Nature helped out the Blue Jays tonight. Pineda
Absolutely.
looked really good, and he probably could have gone 2 more innings easily if he kept pitching well. But instead, Anthony Swarzak came out after the rain delay in the 6th inning, and he gave up the first 2 homers and the first 4 runs.
Pineda threw 68 pitches. So he had another 40-45 pitches at least if there's no rain delay.
See if Melvin Upton Jr. can get in on the fun. He's 1 for 3 tonight, an infield hit. He is still looking for his first extra base hit as a member of the Blue Jays, and you can see he hit 16 home runs with San Diego this year. Outside. Upton, who was a 2nd overall pick way back when and had some productive years early in his career for Tampa Bay, eventually wound up with Atlanta, had a couple of very tough years there, but was having a good season with San Diego at the time of the trade, and now because of the injury to Pilar, instead of being a 4th outfielder, is back into an everyday role. With San Diego this year, 256, 16 home runs and 344 at bats. Hit 28 home runs for the Rays back in 2012, his career high. His best year actually came way back in 2007. A season in which he turned just 23. He hit 300 that year with 24 homers. He can still steal a base. He's got 3 as a Blue Jay. All of them came in the same game, ironically. He's got 23 steals on the season. Martin just a different guy here the last couple of months than he was in April and May. 3-2. And it's ball 4 off the outside edge. Siciliani up to second, and listen to the booing here in the Bronx.
Yeah, this has been an ugly night for the bullpen after they got a good inning from Clippard. 1-2-3 in the 7th. Warren walked the first man in Donaldson. It was a tough at bat by Donaldson. It really got the inning off on the right foot for the Blue Jays. And then this man, Edwin Encarnacion, he hammered a ball into the seats in left.
The batter now, Ezekiel Carrera, 0 for 3 in his return from the disabled list. Still just 1 out in the inning. Headley's in on the edge of the grass at 3rd in case Carrera thinks about dropping a bunt down for a base hit.
This might be exactly what Carrera needs to get going again. He has hit very well against left-handed pitching all season long, a .389 average. And it'll make him focus on that pitch away.
Lines it over a leaping Gregorius into center field, a base hit. Good call, Buck, and everybody's up a base to load him up.
Yeah, and Carrera, as I mentioned, has done a great job against lefty pitching this year, and he hadn't been swinging the bat well, but he sees a tough lefty, stays on it, and drills a line drive into center.
So can you explain something to me? As we get another look at the base hit. They go 14 innings and don't score a run. Now they've got 8 runs, including 4 homers in the last 3 innings.
Yeah, and that's the type of team they are. Once they get it rolling, everybody in the lineup can contribute.
This is what John Gibbons talked about before the game when somebody asked him about the way the lineup is struggling, and he said, hey, it's baseball. It happens. You get hot, you get cold. He said at the end of the day, if you're good enough, you're going to win. And he believes they were due to break out because the back of the bubblegum card, the back of the baseball card, suggests they will break out. Took them a while tonight. Took them a rain delay and a trip to the bullpen. But man, have they broken out.
And we mentioned it early when they were down 6-0. The focus on the Blue Jays bench was intense. They were like, wait a minute, we're not going to lose this game too. Guys were trying to figure out the pitcher. Guys were trying to figure out Pineda. Then it rained and it changed the whole game. 45 minutes. They went inside and came back a different ball club. Of course, it has a lot to do with the fact that Pineda was out of the game and they get into that bullpen, and they got to Anthony Swarzak and put a 4 spot on him. He got just 2 outs in his inning, 2/3 of an inning at that. But then there are a lot of big bats, and looking at everybody's, they're stacked up at the bat rack right now.
They've gone final in Baltimore. The Red Sox have defeated the Orioles 5-3. So at the moment, the Blue Jays are a half game ahead of both teams. If they lose, it's a 3-way tie. If they win, the Blue Jays will be a game up on both Boston and Baltimore.
Another tough out for the Yankee pitchers because Devin Travis can cover those pitches outside. He's off the plate a reasonable distance, and you think, well, I can get him out away, and then you see him cover that outside pitch and shoot it into right. And then you think, well, maybe I can sneak one by him inside. That doesn't work either.
Bases loaded, still just 1 out, and the 2-2 to Travis swung on and fouled off to the right. Now they're pitching him away, but he looks like he's trying to take a shot to the opposite field.
You and I both talked to Devin before this game, and he was talking about the situation with Junior Lake on base in last night's game and how he started the runner. It was a steal. It was a green light situation, and he got a pitch away that he was looking for and popped out. He likes that ball away.
Coming in. Base hit into left field. 1 run will score. Siciliani crosses the plate. Upton is held at third. And the beat goes on for the Blue Jays. It is now 9-6.
And we say it looks like you can get him out inside after he covers that outside pitch so effectively, but you can't. He's quick inside because he's so balanced at the plate. He doesn't have to reach for that outside pitch. He can get to it. And then if something's inside, he just trusts his hands to get to it and hooks it through the left side of the infield to pick up the RBI. A 5-run inning here in the 8th. This kid can really hit. Siciliani got hit by a pitch. He comes in to score. And Devin Travis, I think the Blue Jays have found their leadoff hitter for the long haul.
A 5-run inning. The bases remain loaded. Just 1 out. The bullpen's getting up again for the Yankees, and the batter is Josh Donaldson. He got the inning started with a walk, and that may be a footnote when this is all said and done, but that may be the most important plate appearance of the game.
Without question, in my mind, it was the best plate appearance of this ball game for the Blue Jays. It got things going, and it was the 8th inning, and you say, well, if they get through this inning and get past Donaldson, Encarnacion, and Saunders, Blue Jays will have a tough time coming back. But it was a 12-pitch at bat that he drew the walk to start the inning.
And Shreve is all over the place right now. Parker's up in the pen again. 3 career grand slams for Donaldson. Two of them this season. Well, he went after it. 2-1 the count.
Well, and when you have a good at bat like he did in his last at bat, you say, okay, I'm seeing everything. I'm covering his tough pitches. I can foul off the pitches that are on the corners. And if I get a mistake, I should be able to hammer it.
9 unanswered runs for the Blue Jays after they trailed 6-0 at the end of 5. 2-2.
13 hits, the most hits the Blue Jays have had since the 20th of July when they were in Arizona. They've only had 3 double-digit hit games over that span.
Two in the dirt. Good block there by Sanchez. The count full. So 5 runs in already in the inning. Melvin Upton is at third. Ezekiel Carrera is at second, and Devin Travis, who just singled in a run, is at first. Shreve still looking for his first out. Donaldson's his 5th batter. Ball 4 to force in another run. And Joe Girardi's on his way out. He has seen enough. Shreve will face 5 batters, does not retire any of them. And Girardi going to the bullpen for the right-hander Blake Parker as the Blue Jays continue to add on. 10-6, and they're looking for more here in the 8th. With a 2-run homer to tie it, and then Russell Martin with his 2nd home run of the night, a 2-run shot to give the Blue Jays the lead. Jubilation on the third base side of the field with his big comeback from down 6-0 to leading 10-6 as Blake Parker makes his way into the game. He is the 7th pitcher to pitch tonight for the Yankees, and he inherits a bases loaded 1-out situation with the majors leading RBI guy at the plate in Encarnacion.
And Blake Parker is 31 years old. You see his numbers combined between the Mariners and the Yankees. It's just his 4th appearance overall this season. He was selected off of waivers from Seattle on August 9th, so he is a new arrival to the Yankees bullpen.
And a strike at the knees. '99 RBIs on the season for Encarnacion. Picked up his 1,400th career hit earlier tonight with a single back in the 4th. Those 99. He's the major league leader. Nolan Arenado of Colorado is 93. What a season he's been having.
Consistent. After he got that first home run out of the way, he had a 2-homer game at Fenway on the 15th of April. After kind of a slow start, he has been consistent and putting up big numbers once again.
Last time the Yankee bullpen allowed 10 or more earned runs in a game was 2009. Ground ball to the right side. Can they turn two? They cannot. Fielder's choice, RBI number 100 for Encarnacion, and it's 11-6.
The first in the majors to reach 100 RBIs this season, and Edwin Encarnacion hustling down the line. Picks up his third ribby of the night, and the Blue Jays have busted it wide open here in the 8th. You talk about a great inning and passing the baton. This is the perfect example of what John Gibbons would like to see. Everybody coming to the plate has made a contribution this inning.
A 7-run inning here for the Blue Jays. 11-6 they lead in front of a much smaller and much quieter crowd than it was about an hour ago. A lot of Yankee fans have left. A lot of the Blue Jay fans, they're still here. Made the trip down, and now they're really enjoying themselves after waiting a game and a half for some offense. Michael Saunders would like to get in on the fun. He's 0 for 4. He's the only Blue Jay who has not reached base tonight. Yanks the ball toward the right field corner. Line drive that'll skip off the wall on a bounce. Another run comes in to score. Encarnacion is held at third on a ringing double by Saunders that makes it 12-6.
What an inning for the Blue Jays. An 8-run, 8th inning. Michael Saunders picking up his first hit. It's his 27th double of the season. RBI number 49 for Michael. Everybody into the act for sure now. He got this ball and pulls it to the wall in right field. Travis coming in to score. Edwin ends up at third. And Jason Grilly was ready about 5 runs ago.
Osuna got up when things got interesting, and then as the lead kept expanding, he actually got up before the Blue Jays took the lead, and as the lead kept expanding, eventually he sat back down. But Grilly's been up for a while. He's hot, so he'll come in to work the bottom of the 8th.
As much as the offense has done their thing here in the 8th, we've got to go back and look at the Feldman work in relief. He did a heck of a job striking out 5 in 3 innings of relief.
So Marco Estrada off the hook for a loss with the comeback here tonight. Troy Tulowitzki, a big night, 4 for 4, including a home run. Feldman came out of the bullpen and went 3 innings, giving up 1 run and striking out 5. Started off all Yankees, and then some crooked numbers, as they say. 4 in the 6th and 8 in the 8th for the Blue Jays. Troy Tulowitzki has had 3 5-hit games in his career. The last time June the 5th, 2013 in Cincinnati.
He had 1 in 2008, 1 in 2009, and his last one in that game against the Reds.
Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Don't look now, but Tulowitzki is a base hit away from hitting 260.
Lots to cheer about in the last couple of innings here in New York. Really a stunning comeback. There was no sign of any of this happening. They only had 3 hits last night. They didn't do much of anything against Michael Pineda tonight. The rain delay changed everything, as Anthony Swarzak came out of the pen after the 40-minute or so delay and gave up a couple of homers and 4 runs in the 6th inning. And then Adam Warren, Chase, and Shreve roughed up here in the 8th. Parker on right now as Tulowitzki pops it up. Headley backpedaling. And finally, the inning is over. but 8 in the 8th for the Blue Jays and a 12-6 lead here in the Bronx. Time now for an update. Let's go back to the studio and Jamie Campbell.
Professionals Board for Extra Innings on August 18th. An exclusive event at Rogers Center hosted by Sportsnet's Hazel May, featuring sports-focused panel discussions in support of Jays Care. Visit bluejays.com/extra innings to get your tickets today. And after the Blue Jays tied a season high with 8 runs in the 8th inning, we head to the 9th, and here is Dan Shulman and Buck Martinez. It was the top of the 9th, by the way.
Barry, thank you. Jason Grilli is on now for the Blue Jays. 49th appearance between Atlanta and Toronto, and a guy, Buck, who goes from one of the worst teams in baseball to a team in a pennant race, and he seems rejuvenated by the fact he's in a race. He's been a huge addition to the Blue Jay bullpen.
He sure has been a huge addition, and he really is grateful for John Hart moving him to a contending ball club. And, you know, he is not ready to hang it up by any means. And he said, you know what, at least I can come into a pennant race, and it's certainly rejuvenated him. And he has stabilized this bullpen since he came in the end of May, and he has turned things around. He has become the 8th inning guy, and he's been as consistent as anybody down in that bullpen.
39 years of age, made his major league debut in the 2000 season. Suffered a serious Achilles injury, missed a year a few years back. At this point in his career, as he was saying yesterday in the clubhouse, he's in it for one thing: win. Playing on a winning team, get a chance to go out on top. Obviously did not have that opportunity with Atlanta, and very grateful for the opportunity to play for a contender. He's about as happy as Ben Revere was last year when he got traded to the Brewers.
Absolutely. It's a great opportunity to come over, and this is his childhood team. This is the team he grew up rooting for as a kid. His father pitched for the Blue Jays. He grew up in Syracuse, where the Blue Jays had their AAA team while he was growing up, and he was always a Blue Jay fan.
And not to make it too personal, but his dad was a teammate of yours. You knew his dad.
Yeah.
And he was buddies with your son Casey when they were
kids.
They
were infants. They were really young. Yeah, they didn't really know each other, but they were certainly together in Puerto Rico when we played winter ball. Steve and I played winter ball in Mayaguez, and Jason's about a year older than my son.
He went around.
Grilli gets another strikeout. This is his 28th appearance with the Blue Jays, and he has recorded a strikeout in all but 4 games. So that has been a big weapon for him, and certainly pitching most of the time with the game in the balance. He gets that slider into Gregorius for the first out of the inning.
Now Mark Teixeira, who's 0 for 3. So Grilli had been up so long, and a lot of times when a manager gets a guy up, especially an older guy, and gets him hot, as they say, you want to get him into the game. And I'm sure although it's a 6-run lead and John Gibbons is enjoying that, he may not feel totally comfortable. So he's going to go to one of his more reliable guys and a guy who had warmed up for a long time here tonight.
Yeah, and you know what? He warmed up for a long time thinking it was going to be maybe at best a tie game. And then as the Blue Jays continued to pour it on, all of a sudden he's pitching with a 6-run lead. But, you know, as long as he threw in the bullpen, he probably wouldn't be able to pitch tomorrow anyway.
Right.
So you pitch him in this game and you save the other bullets you have down in your bullpen. But, you know, having Scott Feldman give you 3 innings of relief tonight really sets you up well for the game tomorrow afternoon, as it's a quick turnaround.
Yeah, if they can win this game and not use Benoit or Osuna. If you're just tuning in and wondering what the heck happened here tonight, after the rain delay, the Blue Jays came out a different team. Tulowitzki and Martin homered in a 4-run 6th. Encarnacion and Martin again homered in an 8-run 8th. And the Red Sox have defeated the Orioles 5-3. So a Blue Jays win tonight would leave them 1 game up on both of those teams. Detroit, another team of interest to the Blue Jays, they lost tonight to the Royals 6-1. Swing and a miss. 2 down.
Well, Edwin Encarnacion's had a heck of a season, and here we are on the 16th of August, and he's the first to 100 RBIs this season. He's ahead of Nolan Arenado and David Ortiz, but he is the first to 100. And he has never led the league in RBIs. He certainly would love to do that in a Blue Jays uniform and win that title.
Two down on back-to-back strikeouts for Grilli, and here's Starlin Castro. Chases that breaking ball away, 0-1. Blue Jay pitchers have now struck out 6 consecutive batters. Scott Feldman struck out the last 4 guys that he's faced. And Jason Grilli has now struck out the first 2 Yankee hitters that he has faced. Hook to left field. And caught on the edge of the track by Siciliani to win the inning. A very good inning for Jason Grilli. Through 8 in the Bronx, 12-6 Blue Jays.
Olympic Games coverage continues tomorrow, 8:50 a.m. on Sportsnet, 7:50 a.m. on Sportsnet 1. Congratulations to Ontario's Derek Drouin, who won the gold in high jump tonight, guys. And the rain delay came at a perfect time because it gave the fans a chance to go watch that and then tune back into this amazing comeback.
Nice. 3rd gold medal of the games for Canada. Congratulations to Derek. Blue Jays up 12-6 as they come up here in the top of the 9th inning. Russell Martin seems like he's been up all night long. It's just because he's done so much. He's homered in each of his last 2 at bats. So in his last 3 games, he didn't play last night. In his last 3 games, he's hit 4 home runs.
Norman, on Saturday and Sunday, and as R.A. Dickey pitched last night, he didn't play in that game.
The multi-home run game tonight, the 12th of his career, and his last 3 multi-home run games have all come against the Yankees. And such a good sign. You talked about it before the game tonight in the hit we did for SportsCenter. When he's hitting the ball up the middle and the other way, he's dangerous, and that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, he sure is, and it doesn't matter. He doesn't have to pull it to hit it out of the ballpark. He hit one to center, he hit one to right here tonight, and you know that's when he's at his best. And it's difficult to do, and you have to give him a lot of credit. It's been a tough season for him offensively, but he has stayed confident. He continues to work hard. He puts in his time, and now he's reaping the benefits of all of his hard work.
Good pitch on the corner there, 2-2. Chopper to short, and Martin retired for the first out. Ryan Tepera is up in the bullpen. Worked an inning in last night's game, but again, if he can come in and keep things the way that they are, the Blue Jays can have arrested Joaquin Benoit and arrested Roberto Osuna heading into the day game tomorrow. Also, one more note on that 8th inning. It's the first 8-run 8th inning for the Blue Jays since 2006 when they did it against the Tigers. Here's Siciliani, 0 for 3 and hit by a pitch.
Yeah, Siciliani was at the plate when they brought in Jason Shreve, and he got hit by a pitch. So he reached against the lefty, and that continued to extend the inning.
All 12 runs the Blue Jays have tonight charged to the Yankee bullpen. Michael Pineda certainly deserved a better fate. Encarnacion in the middle of it with his 34th home run. He's driven in 3, has 100 RBIs tonight. Donaldson with 2 key walks in the 8-run 8th inning. And also the infield hit that he had in the 6th inning. One of the key plays is a throwing error by Chase Headley allowed the Blue Jays to score their first run of the night on that play.
Donaldson has scored 2 more runs tonight. He has now scored 95 runs. So he's closing in on 100 runs scored.
Two and 2 on Siciliani. Looks like with Lake having been DFA'd, with Carrera backs, looks like Siciliani figures to be with the Jays at least until Pilar comes back. So he looks like he's bought himself another week in the big leagues. And with Saunders struggling, Smoke struggling, Smoke not in the lineup tonight, Siciliani, Carrera, they may find themselves playing a little bit more than we might think over the next week or so.
Yeah, absolutely. You start getting a couple hits, and John Gibbons, he's kind of funny that way. You get hits, you play.
Yeah. And Saunders keeps playing, and he just had an RBI double his last time up. He's had an all-star season, but he has been struggling recently. But maybe to sit down for a day here or there. John Gibbons has no problems moving people around, changing the lineup day by day to try to find the best matchups that he can.
And he does look at the matchups a lot, and if there's a tough pitcher for Michael Saunders, he'll say, okay, well, let's try something else. Let's put one of these other guys in there that doesn't have as many at bats, and maybe he can have a good night. All you need is a couple of key hits, and Siciliani had a key hit the other day, a 2-out RBI single.
Here's Upton. 1 for 3, walked and scored last inning. Buck, they're chanting your name down there. Can you hear that?
I can, but
there are some Blue Jay fans down below us chanting your name.
Like the roll call.
Where are they? There they are over there. I think it's fair to say Blue Jay fans now make up the majority of the people still in this ballpark.
I think so.
Yeah. Blake Parker's got a lot going on as he comes set.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts to his delivery, and that's going to create an awful lot of inconsistency. You have to be almost perfect every time with all those moving parts, and that's hard to do. You always hear pitching coaches talk about simplifying your motion. You can see all of the different movements, and then he comes set, and then he comes into the hitter, and there's a lot of things going on there.
And Upton with his second hit of the night. Let's take a look at the updated standings in the American League East, with Boston defeating Baltimore 5-3 tonight at Camden Yards. The Orioles and the Red Sox are now in a dead heat at 66 and 52. A win for the Blue Jays. They'll be a game up on both of them. Boy, does this night look different than it did an hour and a half or 2 hours ago. Looked like it was going to be a three-way tie.
Well, and you remember at the start of the rainstorm that led to the halt of play for about 45 minutes. I think you and I were both thinking, man, it should rain in a hurry, because the Blue Jays, that would be their best hope.
Yep.
Rain before it became an official game.
Yep.
And then John Gibbons' team, after a 45-minute delay, came back a different ball club, and they put up 4 in the 6th to make it a ball game. And then they had the big 8-run 8th inning.
Tulowitzki with a homer, Encarnacion with a homer, Martin with 2 home runs. Donaldson some key at bats. Michael Saunders with an RBI double. Devin Travis, 2 hits, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. Upton's now got 2 hits. Carrera had a base hit and scored a run in the 8th inning. Carrera strikes out, and we'll head to the bottom of the 9th. The Blue Jays 3 outs away from an improbable victory, up 12-6.
An only official team shop for your Toronto Blue Jays. New 2016 authentic jersey with the 40th season sleeve patch is available now. Get yours today at jshop.ca. Dan, I think they may have to get the Buck Martinez jerseys back in circulation after what we witnessed here.
He is popular here tonight.
They love him.
First time I've ever had my name on a roll call here at Yankee Stadium.
Hey, you'll never forget this night.
Never forget it.
12-6, the Blue Jays lead the Yankees going to the bottom of the 9th, and Ryan Tepera comes in to try to secure the final 3 outs. He went an inning in last night's game, gave up a couple of hits and a walk, stranded the bases loaded. And at first base, now Justin Smoke has come on for Edwin Encarnacion. Brian McCann, the batter, and he'll take low ball 1. A reminder, we're back with you tomorrow afternoon. It is a day game for the Blue Jays and the Yankees. Blue Jays Central at 12:30. First pitch just after 1 o'clock Eastern time here in the Bronx. Sabathia and Happ. Now for a preview of what's coming up on Sportsnet Central, here are Ken and Ivanka. All right, guys, thank you very much. 2 outs away from that.
If it is the catch of the year, he's going to have to outdo Hunter Pence, who stumbled over the mound and on his back made a catch at AT&T Park.
Hunter Pence is he's a great baseball player, and he's a interesting baseball
Very
player.
interesting. He does things in an unorthodox fashion.
Travis will throw out Sanchez. By the way, one further note on tomorrow's games, I think a lot of Blue Jays fans know Jay Happ will try to become the first 17-game winner in the majors. He and Rick Porcello of the Red Sox, each with 16 wins right now.
Jay Happ, his previous career high in wins was 12, and he has put together some season, but you know what? This rotation has pushed each other all season long. Competition is a great thing, and it's a friendly competition, but everybody has benefited from it.
The batter is Aaron Judge, 0 for 3. 4 in the 6th, 8 in the 8th for the Blue Jays. A huge comeback tonight. 4 home runs and an out away from sole possession of first place in the American League East. They've got free reign to say whatever they want right now.
There's nobody else here.
There are no Yankee fans here.
Well, they have been entertained, that's for sure. And you made a great point about how they had been shut out through 5 innings after being shut out 1-0 in last night's game. And you know, the newbie Blue Jay fans are going, this club's supposed to be good, and then all of a sudden they busted out.
Two and 2. Great job by Scott Feldman tonight in relief of Marco Estrada. Feldman 3 innings, 1 run, struck out 5, kept the Blue Jays close, gave them a chance to get back into it.
Well, the guy that's going to have to sleep fast and get a good night's rest is Russell Martin, because you cannot take him out of the lineup right now the way he's swinging the bat. They got a day game tomorrow, and John Gibbons would love to be able to give him an off day and day game after night game, but they've got Thursday off, so he can play tomorrow, and I'm sure Russell wants to be right back in there given the way he's swinging the bat.
And that's your ball game. What a comeback for the Blue Jays tonight here in New York. Down 6-0. They scored 12 unanswered runs, coming back from down at least 6 to win for the first time this season. Last time they did it was June of last year against the Red Sox. Tulowitzki, a 4-hit night, including a home run. Russell Martin hit 2 home runs. Edwin Encarnacion homered and reached 100 RBI.